I guess we get to play D&D now, right?
Whoop, whoop.
I've
Fuck you.
reconfigured my microphone a bit.
Whoa. I think you can
Do not say that word.
It's good. Good.
Yeah,
Please.
it's gotta sound better on the recording where I have like the fucking equalizers and shit going. Maybe it'll make me sound like my balls dropped. Who knows?
How about you equalize some bitches into your life?
I'd like to
Sorry.
equalize the start time of 9 p.m. for next week. But in the meantime, I think you all know what's happening. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and hi Mitchell.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, how's it going? The recording
going.
is still on the opening, so kicking them out doesn't make it look any different, which is pretty funny.
That is funny.
So we're just gonna boop, because we're doing things different this week.
Ooh,
Oh, this looks
baby.
funny as hell.
It's just a big Evian.
It's just a big fucking. Oh my god, can I just let's get weird with. There we go. Can you talk for a minute for me? That looks great. That doesn't look awful at all.
I'm sure of it.
Evian, as the life leaves your body, you feel this cold wash over you, and you begin blinking, still trying with everything you've got to stay in this fight. And above you, you see these silver light eyes. This tall figure, maybe 10, 11 feet, wearing this complicated, almost you can't focus on the exact details of it, but this armor is spiked and strange and glowing that same silver that pierces from these eyes above it through these tiny, almost too small holes, like everything is off. And your life is okay. You don't feel like you're dying, but there is a sense of concern. There is this off-putting moment to everything that's happening. You know this isn't right. This isn't natural. There's darkness around you. You can't see more than a few feet, and the only light seems to be the light that illuminates this humanoid, oversized shape of armor with glowing, piercing, silver light eyes. Standing maybe a foot below your legs, just towering over you, looking down.
If I remember correctly, I was in complete darkness, right?
Yeah.
Because of
Yes.
Corvier's fun ability.
Yeah.
So, is it just like, do I feel like a solid, like, difference I'm somewhere else, or does it seem like a
You just
gradual
passed
fade
out
into
for a
his
second,
light?
like losing consciousness for that long, and
Right.
and now you're here.
How high above me is this?
I mean, you're on the
thing,
ground, but
or
like
can
it's
I
got to
not
be
tell?
this suit of armor has to be at least 10 or 11 feet.
And it's not.
It's just looking
Trying.
down at you, not even bending over, just looking slightly down, staring.
Hello?
It begins to reach down, grabbing towards your chest with this massive gauntlet.
Does that feel malevolent or not
Malicious?
malicious? Thank you. That's the wrong word.
It doesn't feel good.
I'm gonna try to avoid that hand. I'm gonna take a few steps back.
You just scramble back, you're not even standing up yet, just start scrambling back towards the edge of the hill? The,
Oh, I'm on a hill.
well, remember, you were on the edge of the, during combat, you were at the edge of the,
Right.
where
The
it was...
staircase.
Yeah,
sort
that
of thing?
staircase, so...
The weird slant.
Yeah,
Right.
stumbling back a few feet, trying to catch yourself, steps forward, each step seemingly shaking the earth, the ground, whatever it is that is below you, and reaching again. This time, much quicker. What are you doing?
Does he even... Does it even move?
Yeah, it moves
Other
about...
than the arm? Or is does it appear to have legs? Is it just floating?
Yeah, no, you could see, like, these pauldrons. Like, it is a full suit of armor. It's just hard to get details because it is just this strange, ephemeral, silver-like glow about it.
Can I try to stop its arm?
Like, grab onto it?
Yeah, like grab onto its arm and stop it from touching my chest.
Give me an
its end
athletics
goal.
check.
Absolutely. I assume I'm not still raging.
You are not. There we go. You grab on and just immediately, there's this burning where your arms grab onto it. And you just, like, are you holding on or are you going to let go?
Let go and try to take another, kind of scramble back a little further so it can't grab me.
All right, give me a acrobatics check to scramble away from it.
That's not gonna go well. That went very well.
You begin scrambling back, foot after foot, stumbling like a newborn deer who can't remember how to walk, just trying to catch yourself and falling, not really sure what the fuck's going on for a few feet more, each step closer and closer. It just keeps stepping with these heavy, earth-shattering steps towards you. One arm still reaching out, the left, as you finally stumble back up against the would-be castle wall of Verrat. And you turn and still leaning at you.
Now, when I grabbed its arm, that hurt.
Yes, like both of your hands feel like they were just on a fucking stove. They're burning, like the palms of both of them.
Still, okay. I mean, if I'm backed into a corner, I'll look back up at it, and I'm just gonna say, "What do you want?"
Leaning down, reaching to grab you once more. And as it gets maybe 6-8 inches away, you hear this echo of a familiar voice, and you pass out again. And when you awaken, it is with Owen looking at you, back in the lands of the living. And now everyone can come back.
Oh.
How's it going, guys?
Fuck you.
Talking shit?
Heard someone's doing 6 flips.
Something like that. So, after days and weeks of planning, trials, investigations, D&D delays, and infiltrations, you guys made it to your final goal, fighting through bindings, the dead, the living, monsters, caves, wilderness, humanity, the Red Band, God knows what else. You made it to Verrat. You went out of your way to find your way to Corvair. You knew what to do. You tried stealth, you tried subterfuge, and finally you tried interrogation, but it seemed destiny had a confrontation in mind for you. And Corvair called out and beckoned. And the Shine Watch answered the call. marching through the city with Simon distracting to the north, keeping his eyes far from your visages. You made your way through every danger Corvair had thrown at you. Stealthed your way through the city with every bit of quiet, skill, and talent you had gained on your journeys and known beforehand. And finally, got the fucking drop on Corvair. And the showdown began. A bloody mess of a battle. Strange, unnatural, magical mirror shards teleporting you around. His domain seemingly infinite, and his life seemingly unending. You kept battering at him, bludgeoning him, assaulting him with everything you've got from fists to silver. And eventually, you took him down. Or so you thought. When things seemed dire, it was seemingly a part of his plan. And Owen's dear sister, who has not seen in years, burst forth from the room protected by Verrat to fight alongside you. And fight she did. But it was all for naught, as it was part of his plan to get back the binding. What wasn't part of his plan was you guys finding a way to stop him. As he fell, the corruption, the evil, the darkness within him seemed to exude more, and any semblance of that humanity, that front of societal norms that he output, that front of normality, died, and the true monster came about. Surrounded in darkness and unable to see him, you still fought, and the darkness seemed to envelop and leave nothing but death and destruction in its wake wherever it went. Ishri could not stand to it. Evian could not stand to it. No one could stand. But you guys kept on fighting with every fiber of your being, and when finally the darkness cleared, it was only Evian that had fallen. And Corvair, you defeated him after months of that overbearing presence looming in the back of your mind, in the forefront of your mind, always was gone. Beaten, bloodied, tired, bruised, exhausted, and with, in some cases, literally nothing left, you guys did claim a victory. And with the last ounce of Owen's strength, he brought back Evie. And so, I ask unto you all, as Evian comes back to life and the seeming importance of what's happening, of everything beyond this courtyard of the Shathmore Keep, comes rushing back to you. Walker charging to go and shut the gates, knowing that you guys do not have the energy, resources, or capabilities to fight an undead army anymore. I ask unto you all, Owen, Rom, Walker, Alicia, Evian, and Ishri, what do you guys do?
I may have mentioned that Walker is closing a door, and
Yes.
he carried the funny floating magic sword away so that doesn't murder his friends while he's gone.
Owen, as you are checking over, I believe we ended literally with you bringing Evian back.
Yeah.
You see his hands have these very intense healed over burn scars on the palms now.
That were not.
They were not there
before.
10 seconds ago.
I guess it's like only because I was just looking at Evian. Owen was just looking at him. He kind of like takes one of his hands in his own and he sort of like turns it over and looks at it and sort of frowns down at it. Can he like does it look like an old burn scar? Like
Give me a medicine check. See what Owen knows about the healing of burn scars. It looks like it's completely healed, but it's different. It's not. It's lighter. It's almost like silvered, like a very hot burn beyond like if you've seen cattle brands, Owen, of course, and those have a certain look to them. This is much more intense, much more like someone was burned for days, weeks, who knows, and then was magically healed of it. It is not healed the way you would expect a burn scar to. And it's not like it's his entire palm, it's just very strange shapes that don't coincide with anything obvious.
Evian, what are these?
What are... and he kind of looks at his hand, noticing the marks for the first time himself. When I passed out, there was a creature, an entity. I do not know what to call it. Very large, very tall. Trying to reach for my chest. I tried to stop it by grabbing its arm and holding it back, and felt the most painful burn that I have ever experienced in my life. And then I heard your voice, and it was gone, and you were here.
Well, I don't know about all that, but if it's gone, then that's good. And you're here with us now, so... Scars are good. They mean you lived.
I could ask, or not I could ask,
Ishri.
Mhm.
That is something you know very blatantly as the highest of honors for an Ember. To look death in the face and be touched by the gift of Noriha.
Evian, that is fantastic. Congratulations.
I'd imagine there's no words. Evian just looks at you, brows furrowed, just utter confusion on his face.
You have gained the highest honors of an Ember. Congratulations. Really and truly. And Ishri kind of like grabs Evian's hands and kind of looks at them, and she's she looked a little like she was looking concernedly up towards the window very frequently, but now she looks distracted by the hands.
What does it mean?
I mean, it is a high honor to look death in the face and then to come back and to be scarred by it. That. Congratulations.
So, you mean to tell me that that entity was death?
Van, what does Ishri know about what that entity was or whatever? I'm a little
You don't know
confused.
anything about an entity. It's just when you are close to death. Normally, the markings, these burns, the markings are seen as Nuriho noticing, acknowledging the work you have done. Normally, it is something seen either when someone dies or when someone is about to die. Normally, you know, embers who are about to die would get it. Probably sometimes on hands, more often than not on the chest.
Ishri will then say, I don't know about this entity, but the fact that you came so close to death, and then Nuriho blessed you by pulling you back, and then gave you a scar to remember it by, is gift enough.
I do not believe that was Nariho's blessing. I think that was, And Evian just kind of, like, tilts his head towards Owen.
I mean...
What, you think that was Karat?
No, I think the only reason I am alive is because you brought me back.
Oh, good. And he kind of like breathes a sigh of relief.
If
point,
that
you
was
guys
Nariho,
You
I
guys
believe
hear
it
loud.
was.
I'm sorry.
If that was Nariho, I believe it was trying to finish me off.
Well,
Nariho was not the entity. Nariho was the you coming back from the death. The blessing of that is all I'm saying.
well, I mean,
Evian just looks more confused.
was it finishing you off? Because you seemed to have already... You weren't with us at...
Oh, was I dead?
I mean,
Evian,
she, like, look over to Owen!
he puts a steadying hand on Evian's shoulder, and he kind of looks him dead in the eyes, and he says, I don't know how else to tell you this, but you were gone. Not almost gone, but gone.
At this point, as you are finishing that, you start to hear the clanging of chains and metal, and you hear as the gate falls once more on the front of the Shathmore Keep.
X and the guardhouse walker's gonna look over to make sure that no one has since expired, and then take a minute to sweep the field for silver bolts or anything else he can recover.
All right, give me a perception check, Walker.
Would you like to know how many things I've used?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you can PM me. We'll talk about that in PMs while conversations are going. There's a lot to get through, okay? But give me a perception check.
Let me click the right thing this time.
Scanning very quickly, looking up to the top of the stairs where the fight was ending. You don't see anyone. Everyone is at least sitting up, which means, hey, nobody's dead. You don't see anything else moving, which means, hey, everything else is dead. And you begin to scan for anything else that you could possibly find in this
And the sword hasn't
overgrown
tried to kill him.
mess. Anyway, back to the rest of them.
Coming from someone who's died a couple times, it's only really a big deal if you let it be a big deal. Rom kind of smiles.
I was
But
more
she's-
thinking about how I could use this as bragging rights.
There you go. But she's been kind of like touching her chest where she had the scars from being like impaled by spiders.
It was just one spider.
Okay, fair enough.
Just a really big one. Evian kind of still on the ground, sort of sits up and puts his hand on Owen's shoulder, and he says, "And once again, I owe you my life. Thank you."
Owen just smiles and shakes his head. You don't owe me anything, Evian. We have given so much for each other. Oh, you know what? Actually, I take that back. And he kind of like, I mean, Owen looks like shit, dude. Like he's kind of like he's kneeling, and it doesn't really look like he could probably stand, maybe. He's kind of swaying, even from a kneeling position, but he sort of points a stern finger at Evian and he says, "You're going to go back home, and you are going to marry the love of your life. That's what you owe me."
I think I owe her that as well.
Good. Come, let me show you my home. And he begins to make his unsteady way to his feet.
We're about to go on a
have,
fucking tour.
Can Walker have grabbed his things by this point?
Yeah, over the course of that, figuring out how the mechanism works, and just like, I assume Walker was not trying to slowly lower it, was trying to get that shit shut as fast as possible.
Yeah.
So
Walker doesn't care about damaging Owen's house.
getting rid
'cause
of
he's a bad guest.
getting rid of a safety mechanisms and just quickly hitting it so it just drops.
Using the magic sword, of course.
Then.
Yep.
Has anyone grabbed Corvir's sword off the ground?
Yeah, Walker.
Walker's took it
Walker
into
Walker
the
has
funny
it.
house with him.
Okay.
And has it on
Good.
him still.
Good.
There is no sheath, by the way, for it.
Yeah, he's just kind of has it.
He just kind of has it. All right.
Needling it in the hand, just...
And Walker, as you head up the stairs, you can see everyone getting to their feet. This is, oh boy. For as long as you have traveled with these people, this is the worst everyone has looked, I think.
Does Walker catch the thing about, let me show you my home?
I mean, yeah, it's fairly quiet here right now, and the strange, like, there is still the occasional, like, breaking of something outside of the courtyard out in the city, or the shattering of a window, or the scream of something. There is still strange but slowly descending bits of chaos happening outside.
The tour's gonna have to wait, Owen. We're not entirely safe yet. We need to find a safe place for the lot of you to rest, and then we need to figure out what happened to your sister.
Maybe we find a room that we can easily fortify. Take at least a short break, and then...
You also look like you definitely would need a short break, Owen.
Who can stand?
I can, and Owen immediately gets up and falls over.
Alicia's gonna rush over to try and like help
catch
you
Owen?
Ugh.
No, you're
sick.
super exhausted.
You think I care?
Like while sitting, just opens his
rolls
arms.
over and dashes.
God. Evian tries to catch Owen, and then he falls over. Oh.
Ishri very slowly uses her greatsword as like a cane to stand up.
That's what I was gonna say.
The two big women both do that.
Oh.
We can lean on each
Run
other.
their magic swords.
It's important. They've got magic swords. They can't chip them.
But
There you go. Well, Walker's going to assist anyone who is having trouble walking and getting them inside and ask, Owen, where's a good place to rest?
Before answering that question, when he turns back to the keep itself and sees, then is it still covered in greenery?
Yeah.
What
I
about,
mean, it's
like, the
faded,
doors?
but you immediately notice that even though it's been no more than a few minutes, there is more color in this courtyard now than there was 5 minutes ago.
Is that due to the death of a greater vampire, or
Seems like it. Like whatever he was doing to create this domain of his is slowly, that effect, that presence he had is slowly seeping its way out of this plane.
good. But like as for the growth covering the keep itself, like, does it cover the doors?
No. No, it's just, it wasn't that kind of overgrown.
Okay. Well, in that case, Owen will they're like big double doors, right?
Yeah.
He will go up to the right-hand door, and he'll put his hand on the. There's probably not a knob, but it's like, a handle of some kind.
Yeah, they're big, just like standard double bolted handle.
And he'll stop, and then he'll sort of look sideways at the wall, and he'll move his hand from the handle to a branch or a vine, and just kind of touch that for a few seconds. See what he can feel, if he can feel win or not.
It is very off-putting still. It is getting better, but you still don't feel like things are normal, so you do not immediately feel anything.
That being the case, he'll just kind of squeeze the vine a little bit and smile sadly, and then he'll, with no small amount of effort, he'll pull open the door and motion everyone inside. Would he know? I mean, he would know then, like where would be a good spot for us to rest. A room that's big enough for all of us.
Seeing Owen like mentally thinking about where a good spot would be, Evian's gonna say, should we maybe consider securing the binding?
That's on the list as well.
Shouldn't that be first? I mean,
That's-
he's gone, but he could come
Well-
back.
A lot of you can
Exactly.
barely walk. I'll go find it once you're all safe.
You're not going alone.
I can. The castle is not that large. I can tell you where. I'd like to go myself.
Can we
Walker
not all go-
looks furrows his brow in annoyance at the guy who should be resting.
How dare you?
At the entire party who should be resting.
Yes,
How dare you throw that in my face?
he's
William?
gonna. Ugh.
I think we should all stay together. Go slowly. Find the binding.
I agree.
Destroy it. And then, and only then, can we rest. We can't rest while there's still something to be done. What if he comes back and he gets it?
I completely agree with Ishri. As much as I feel like shit, we have a job to do.
Agreed.
None of that fight went as expected. He didn't seem to. It seemed like he was searching for it at some point. When he turned into that cloud, he seemed like he was heading towards the window wind came from, assumedly where the binding was. But something changed part way through there. He came back and began fighting us.
Well, the window was covered with vines.
So he was unable to get to it.
I presume.
It seemed that way.
I was still.
But if he was
Out of
denied his
his-
resurrection and he was slain again, is it possible that he is truly gone?
It is possible,
If we
but
don't have to destroy the binding, then we.
I am not saying that we need to destroy it. I am saying we need to secure it.
I agree.
It is not safe to have it in an empty room by itself. Perhaps that is a good place to stay as well, is the room that Wynn was in.
Owen looks kind of like
Does Ishri
embarrassed?
think if she divine sensed near, like, the corpse or something, she'd be able to tell whether or not he was coming back?
I don't think there was a corpse.
Yeah, he just
Faded to ash,
poofed.
blew on the wind. But I mean, you could
As
try.
vampires are wont to do.
At the mention of staying in Wynn's room, Owen kind of like I don't know the words to describe it. Like he looks embarrassed, but like not. It looks like he is not excited to stay in the room of his sister who's now gone.
I'm pretty sure
Like-
it was their parents' room, wasn't it? The master that she was in?
No, she was in her room.
Oh,
Her
okay.
room. It looks like that would cause him pain to be in her room.
Well, let's get there quick. Owen, tell me which way I'll take point.
Owen motions inside the castle.
There is no one healthy enough to take rear right now.
Walker's
There's no
Walker's
one
up
healthy
front.
enough to take front, really.
Walker's healthy. 36 HP is healthy.
36 HP is really healthy for
Yeah.
what we've got going right
Not
now.
healthier than me.
36?
I
Yeah,
love
man.
HP.
I have one.
To be fair, Walker could have more of an tape HP. You know, fuck it. He's tireless.
Oh, all right.
My last usage of it. Where how do I?
For the record, just to make sure, I'll go ahead and send you guys that so you can see how tired things look right now.
Oh, beautiful.
Very tired. Oh my god, a huge roll.
Oh,
48
God.
HP.
As you cross the threshold into this fortress, slapping yourself awake and ready for whatever might be fucking coming.
Walker's gonna be advancing with the longsword in his left hand and the crossbow in the right.
Oh my
Ugh.
God.
Do you want someone
He's
else
not really
to hold
wielding
that?
the longsword. He's just kind of holding on to it.
Do you want someone else to hold that so you can actually use your bow?
I can fight. It doesn't. I've. Sorry. It won't stop me from reloading. I'll be fine. And for the record, Walker has reloaded with a sword in his left hand before.
I don't think everyone with a
You
sword
used it.
this big.
Maybe not this big, but still.
And it's
Well,
not the
Walker's a
size
confident
that
guy.
matters.
It's not the size of the reload. It's the motion of the reload.
Anyway, so you guys make your way in. It is not uncanny, but this has the same basic layout as a fortress you were in back in Verona. That being
Yeah, that
the,
one. The one of the stockades.
yes, that being the what the hell was the name of it? Sorry, the
sorry,
Balaton Keep.
I knew it started with
Yeah.
B.
I literally thought of that as soon as you said it, but I thought that was the name of the prison. It's fucking wrong.
No, that's Varhellen's.
Oh.
Yes, the same basic layout as the Balaton Keep, which some of you, I believe, have been in, not all.
Yeah, well,
Owen also mentioned back in Verona
and he did.
about
So,
this.
This is more open, like, especially the base level here is much more open. The Balaton Keep obviously ended up being a lot more offices and things as it continued to grow, whereas this became a point of leadership for the kin. And at the far end, there are 2 staircases that both head up to a second floor, and beyond that to a third. The third floor has this opening seems like it is 2 floors tall, and then there is a 5-10 foot balcony going around the outside after you pass through the entryway. That like essentially when you go in, you're almost directly under Wynn's room, and so you would head up 2 flights of stairs and then follow the balcony walkway around the side of the main hall to Wynn's room. Owen, you would know that the 12th step is about 1.5 inches taller than the rest on each of the staircases.
Hey, Ven. Just real quick. I am going to use my primal awareness to detect magic and just see how dangerous the sword still is.
That sword is... Oh boy, okay, you have detected magic before.
Uh-huh.
When you focus for a second, it almost like, it's like noticing that you're like holding a match and then be like, oh, the match is on fire.
Oh, that's fun.
Like, this sword is very magical.
I don't remember. Ven, was it the long names that were more powerful, the short names? I feel like it was the
Shorter.
short names. Yeah, okay.
But also wise.
Yeah,
and
no,
if they
it's
start with a
wise,
Y,
but
I
it's
was gonna say
longer
wise.
names. I was just curious.
Yep. Generally, shorter names mean they're like the names are like NFTs. The shorter names mean they've been around
I
longer.
really hate that you just said that.
Shut up, let's keep going. So I guess there'd be a point in the walk where where Walker just kind of like glances down at the sword, pauses for a moment, just like grunts and keeps moving. Like, ugh.
Fuck.
Then stop it!
I couldn't do it. Anyway, so you make your way up, being sure to take extra care on the 12th step.
Walker's making very sure to keep a tight hold on the sword in case it wants to start flying again.
I don't think he mentions that. Then I think
okay.
So what he does is like he kind of stubbornly he lets Walker lead at first, but like once we get to the stairs, he kind of just like pushes his way past and mounts the
Walker's
steps.
not gonna fucking let himself fall behind. Owen's an injured motherfucker. Walker's up front. He's just gonna speed up.
Can I get marching order at this point?
Too fast, too quick, motherfucker.
But like, you know what I'm saying, man? Like, this is something that's so second nature to him that like he just doesn't even think about it.
Dogsin's going in the animal pile. For
Oh
a while.
no.
Oh, I accidentally grabbed both Evians again.
Oh.
Gotta be careful.
I think I also
Now
grabbed
it's gonna have to be single file going up the stairs. So
It's me. I go first.
Walker speed. Walker fast.
Evians faster, I'm going first.
Bitch, you're dead.
I jump up the staircase.
all right. So
Trips and falls and dies again.
God.
He falls on the stairs and bowls through everyone else, knocking them
Yeah,
down.
he's slipping
too.
down. Oh my god. He dies, failing a bunch of death saves, falling down the stairs, and knocks like 3 other people out. Owen has like 1 spell slot. Everyone else is just rolling
So
death
good.
saves.
So do we make it past the stairs or do we die?
You make it past the stairs.
Excellent.
Taking extra care, Owen, at least, of avoiding slipping on that one.
If Walker's like next to him or in front of him or behind him, if he stumbles, he'll be like, "Oh, that reminds me. Watch this one right here." And he just points to vaguely down to the step. That's it. That's all he says.
Walker
She
just,
stares at it.
with like a,
She keeps her eyes up.
Oh.
Walker just like shoots on like a what look and just keeps going.
I assume, Nick, you know the context for that, so...
Do I? Do I know? Am I
Do
supposed
you? You sound like you know.
I thought you knew the context for that.
Can we keep going?
Historically inconsistent steps. That way, when people invade, they like people who aren't familiar with it don't know, and it's hard for them to get up, so you can better defend yourself. That's the thing in medieval castles.
Oh, I knew about the circular towers where you put it on the ones. Anyway,
you make
Yeah.
it go right.
Yeah. But anyway, I digress. So you make your way up the second floor. It is more barren than you remember. Like, the walls are not nearly as impressive. There used to be, like, this landing used to have, like, a nice little table where your sister would sometimes have tea with her mom, things like that. That's
sad.
gone. There's what looks like a rack of spears, halberds, things like that. over on the side. New, at least in location. Normally it would be down on the bottom floor where it's easier to access. Seems like some minor interior renovations have happened since you left.
Is there a, like, does the landing look out over the, the big
Yes.
open
Yeah.
space?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that later. I have a plan for that though.
And,
But
Saw
he
the
will.
banner that we found.
Yes. Yes. But he will continue leading the way towards Wynn's room.
You circle around that into the set of stairs going up to the 3rd floor. This singular set in the middle. You go up, and once again, same step on each floor, on each set of stairs is slightly different. And
This time he'll point it out.
Okay.
He'll have remembered. Oh, watch out for
Wooden
this.
stairs or stone stairs?
stone. Almost everything is stone.
Yeah, okay.
You
So
can see.
Walker can't think about how he would fix it later.
You can see as Owen moves through his home. When he gets to the landing and sees where the bench was, there's just like twinges of pain and regret, memory that go through him, flicker across his face.
Eventually, after the longest climb of stairs this party will probably ever do, with half of you literally, like, desperately looking like you've been mountain climbing all day as you climb up them. Every joint, every bone aching as you take these steps, you make your way up. The landing is much smaller, much more compact, but has a hallway that extends out to the opening balcony that goes all the way around both sides, looking down over the main entryway. It would have been common here. There used to be big banners that hung from the balcony with Kintaran's colors, Kintaran's sigils, various families of Kintaran all throughout. There was a time, Owen, when you sat down there and would look up here and just see the balcony lined with people who were just watching. When you were younger, you probably watched from up here when you had to stay out of things. Rarely probably were up here even when you were younger otherwise, outside of, bedrooms and things, but it is much more barren. There are a few paintings and things, and you can see where that tapestry went. It would be the northern wall, I believe. It is facing, the castle entrance faces northeast, so it would be the northwestern wall that you circle around that has the missing tapestry. Anyway, so you guys start to head down. Still same marching order: Owen, Walker, Rom, Alicia, Ishri, Evian.
Walker's taken first.
Walker overtakes again.
You don't even know where you're going.
He said to Owen, point me in the right direction. I'm taking lead. Y'all are too hurt for this.
Owen
they
stubbornly
are.
refuses to do so.
Bastard.
All right. Owen takes the lead, despite Walker's claims otherwise.
He just kind of grunts and moves off in the correct direction,
What a bastard.
limping.
What a nearly dead bastard.
A mostly dead bastard.
You guys make
Fuck
your
those
way
mobs.
across
Back
the
of the head.
balcony. Walker, you and Evian would note there is some very fine craftsmanship on the wooden balcony. It is...
Wood is made of wood.
While not art, it is very much the same kind of quality you would expect in, like, a mansion banister type of situation, which clashes a little bit with most of what, most of the vibe of Kintaran, and definitely the vibe of, the McDurks, and 100% not something... Angus did not order that, I'll tell you that.
I mean, it was Lenorian Castle once, wasn't it?
I mean, yeah, well over 100 years ago.
Right.
You can see Owen, like, he puts his hand on the banister and just kind of runs his hand over it. That same kind of twinge of regret and memory passing over his face.
And circling around, so you are back by the entryway. The second door on your left is Wynn's room. You see there are vines growing up from the bottom of the door and covering them.
When he sees it, Owen kind of just comes to a halt and stares at it.
Walker proceeds and goes to investigate. Do they look like normal vines?
It's
been 10 minutes?
Yes?
Has it been 10 minutes?
No?
Do they look like magic?
Oh, they're giving off some big magic.
I think Walker would hesitate to actually touch them. How long does it...
After a moment, Owen will limp forwards and he'll put his hand palm flat, fingers kind of spread out over the middle of the door.
As you start to reach the door, making your hand towards the vines, they begin to retract.
I think Walker would like go to reach out to Owen's hand. Hang on, that's magic, and then just see the fucking thing, the stuff part, and just kind of like halt his hand and kind of watch.
It's not going to hurt us, Walker.
After maybe 15 seconds, the sounds of the vines bending and pulling, they are gone. The door shut. But no longer being arcanely locked in any.
Walker would look at Owen to see if he's going to open the door, and if he doesn't do so, immediately reach for the handle himself.
He'll put his hand on the handle, but he hesitates with his hand there. Like he definitely doesn't like. If you look at him, you can see more of that just pain on his face, as if he's hesitating to face the reality of this room being empty.
Owen,
So,
if you don't have it in you, you need to step back.
He swallows and takes a deep breath. I can do it. And he'll turn the handle and open the door.
and upon opening it, you see Wynn's room, the smells of a ridiculous amount of small succulent-like plants, vines, greenery, various spices, various saffron, all kinds of just everything. Flowers. It is a complete garden. It is green and lush and healthy, just as you would expect it to be. As if untouched by the war.
It was like this before Owen left?
Yeah. I mean, probably not this grown, but like her having a room absolutely covered in various plants and things is very normal.
When he sees that it's even more vibrant than when he left, Owen kind of like, there's a sharp intake of breath from him, and just a solitary tear slides down his cheek.
In the center of the room, you see this lantern with a kind of dull, slightly silver, kind of misty, almost turquoise green color. A bit of mist exuding from the front of it.
Assuming Owen left enough room clearance for other people to enter behind him, Does the thing look magic?
You can't detect anything in here. Whatever
Nothing at all.
No, like even the things you were detecting
Sword?
before, no.
Oh shit. Is there like a ring hold, like hand holder at the top of that lantern or something?
Yeah, like a small, like where you would attach it to your belt or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think Walker would like approach it slowly and then string that ring like on the end of the magic sword he's holding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and just kind of like lift it. Something about this room is I can't see any magic here.
Ishri'll
Has
try
to
to
be a
look
club.
too. Ishri'll try to look too.
You cannot focus. You cannot get your eyes of the arcane here.
There's something blocking me too from being able to see. I don't know. It's strange. Maybe I'm tired. I don't know.
I mean, doesn't that make sense?
If Corvair was blocked from coming in here, there must have been some kind of protection.
I'd
Right?
wager it's Krad.
I mean, I don't know what it would be. I just know if there was protection before, it would make sense that there still is protection from magic. Or else, wouldn't he have been able to come in with his army of soul striders and such?
Everyone just pile in. I'm gonna make sure this is it. And once everyone's inside, he's gonna move away around the group, make sure he's not stabbing anyone, and move the thing just outside the door and see if it lights up like a fucking lighthouse.
You accidentally stab
It
Evian and he
lights up
dies.
like a phadron tree.
I mean,
Didn't quite get.
But yes,
Alien Christmas.
once you get outside, this thing is, oh man, it is exuding very off-putting energies. Like, it just makes you uncomfortable, like, almost a little, like, sick to your stomach. Like, someone just describing something awful to you and just having to internalize it immediately.
is it like
just-
when we cast Wish?
The bad wish.
A curse.
The
Worse.
cursed wish. Sorry, the
Worse,
cursed wish.
less, it's more direct, more, like, if a cursed wish was like, this is a more pure version of that same off-putting kind of sickness.
Walker just kind of seeing that, just that's probably it. You'll bring it back in and put it in like a corner, away from everyone.
I mean, if this prevents it from doing whatever, shouldn't we leave the object here to prevent Corvair from coming back with it? Maybe that's part of why he wanted it back?
But hello?
Hello?
That was weird. Never mind.
That was a weird noise.
Yeah, so other people heard it too. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how any of this works, or if Corvair's dead or isn't. For now, I think it's best that we need to plan further, and we need a lot of you not to succumb to your wounds.
We'll have to find a way if we can to figure out if we can, if the effect and the, because everybody was charmed in a way by him. I don't know if that's actually gone now that he's gone. Which means even if people are vampires, maybe they're not, they're back to their regular selves, I suppose?
Their
I think
regular
the bigger
vampiric
problem is
self?
there's miscellaneous vampires acting of their own volition
But
around.
maybe they're back to being just regular Gars and regular Red Band. They're just also vampires, I suppose. That doesn't inherently mean they're gonna be against us. Also, things were starting to get more vibrant, which means daylight will affect them probably more than it used to. So being out in the sun will be more advantageous to us than it would have been before, while the effect of Corvair was still full blast. Anyways, it seems to be that way.
Either way, you want you to rest. I'll make sure nothing is getting in the meantime.
And what if while we rest, Corvier comes back? And that thing is just sitting there waiting for him to come and grab it?
If Corvira comes back, right now we are fucked either way.
Yeah,
Evian's right.
I hate
So-
to say
So
so,
we
but
rest.
yes.
We rest so that if he comes back, we can handle it.
Or at
Hopefully.
least a little bit more.
Isha just kind of mutters under her breath, just, we need to break it. We must. But she reluctantly sits down and starts resting.
Remember, breaking it brings us a step closer to a far worse outcome.
Also, we were supposed to break it before he died.
I know, but we
Exactly.
were
So
None
we
of it
do
made
not
this
know.
warned that if Corvier
Usually
puts his
it is-
hands on it,
It is
awesome.
possible. The magic of bindings is so unpredictable. There is a chance that if we break it after he is dead, that it brings him back.
We don't know anything at
There
this
is no
point.
way to know.
Nothing went as planned. We are completely in the dark again about this item. I think it's best that we keep to what we do know. And what we do know is that breaking it is typically a very bad thing.
Also, this seems to be the most protected room right now, since it used to protect against Corvir and seems to still have some kind of protective magic. So keeping it here for now is the best option.
When Walker placed it down, he placed it down with the sword still like through the thing so that it can be used as a handle for it.
Oh,
Just make sure no one touches it.
Ben, can I try to cast a spell? Does it work if can I feel the Alicia will go ahead and cast detect magic. Does it actually work? Can she go through with actually casting a spell?
you cast it as you would. You get what you would expect, except
Yeah.
nothing's happening.
Okay. As expected, I can't even cast a spell in here. This is the safest place we can be. I tried casting it once inside and nothing happened. I don't know how to get rid of the effect, sorry. It was just like there on my mouse.
There you go.
So this is probably the best place to stay, and Ishri, if there's bad consequences out of breaking it, we're best off just keeping it, and worst case scenario, we'll hold it over his head if he shows up.
Evian's on the ground. Just resting.
Yeah, Ishri's like slightly swaying as she's making these arguments too. Leaning on her sword.
Alicia's just like sat down either on a chair or on the ground if no chairs were available.
There is one over by the window. Other than that, there is a bed. There's a small desk. Presumably the chair was from the desk. And on the other side, like coming into the room on the right-hand side, there are what look like bookcases, 2 rows of them so that you can even walk in between them. But no books. Instead, it's just all plants.
That's funny.
Fair enough.
I think Walker's near the window just looking out of the front courtyard.
Yeah,
like
Alicia
nothing's
was just
changed.
gonna sit down on the ground and like rest her head against the bed.
Owen has said nothing since he entered the room, and he's standing by the bed, just kind of brushing his fingers over the vent.
Yep.
It's a mess, right? Like, she doesn't make her bed.
There's a time she probably would have. Not lately.
Yeah.
There's a headboard with a couple of very heavily vined plants. One of them seems like some sort of gray moss. Another one, some sort of cactus that is definitely not indigenous to this region of the world. Things like that.
Owen sort of, like, as he comes to the headboard, he kind of like, his eyes kind of like snap open, and he looks around sort of frantically. Ven, does he see her charm anywhere?
Give me a perception check.
Oh, that's supposed to be a disadvantage because I'm exhausted.
Haha.
That's fun.
There you go.
Well, hey, not much worse. Looking around. No, you do not see her charm.
I believe it's at this point that Walker's going to make for the door. Holler if anything happens. I want to make sure that there's nothing else here that might be dangerous.
Ishri has planted herself near the lantern, though not touching it with her sword out. It is just sitting there exhausted, but she's right next to it.
Oh,
Rom
and that sword is still...
down, and then lays down.
That sword's really fucking magical, by the way. I don't know if it's going to start flying around and killing people again, but, well, just keep an eye on it or something.
It probably won't in this room.
Yeah, it seems safe in here.
Just keep an eye on it. Walker's just gonna head on out, hit the old dusty trail, and by that I mean search the rest of the fucking keep.
Is there anything specific you're looking for, or just
Enemies!
seeing? Okay. All right. Well, that's an
Is there, like-
investigation
is there,
and
like,
perception there.
Is there like, is it parapets the term? The thing we walk on the walls? Like outside, so you can like see the front? Is that a thing?
You mean like the like for like battlements?
Yeah, battlements.
Like attached to the castle, maybe if you go like on top of it, type of thing.
Well, I mean, like, so we can see like over the front door. It was the thing. Or is it, are those just walls?
They are just walls here.
Oh,
Like
okay.
there may
Well,
be there you don't know, there may be access to like the roof to be able to see down.
well, either way, Walker will just do a once over of the castle, make sure there's nothing scary, dangerous, etc.
Give me a perception check. The upper floors. We'll get back to you because you're gonna be a little while. Let's see what everyone else is doing. Poor Walker has to do all of the scanning now because no one else can do anything. Oh.
We resting.
All right. Is anyone else doing anything while you are resting?
I am.
Okay. Owen?
Owen has a hunch. So as everyone else kind of hunkers down and Walker leaves, Owen looks like he's about to protest, but he's just too tired to do so. So he begins as Walker makes his way out. He just sort of kneels in front of Wynn's bed, as if he's in prayer. And he'll begin chanting softly. And after 10 minutes, he will attempt to cast a spell.
As you begin chanting, maybe 30 seconds in, everyone else trying desperately to get what rest they can, Walker heading out, you hear the occasional footstep as he is heading further down, and then you just kind of observing your surroundings as you begin this ritual. You see as the small round cactus on the headboard of the bed begins to bloom very quickly.
It almost interrupts his chant. Comes close, but at the end he will be attempting to cast this.
Your magic work
Hey.
at the end of it. Roll that good prayer of healing.
I would like to mention that the second Evian hit the floor, he started softly snoring.
Alicia.
Oh!
Damn it, man.
Painful.
Alicia would be standing at the desk, just like and she also took out a sheet of paper, and she is writing down all her theories on what could be happening magic-wise, with the Corvair having died, and also the binding, and trying to put together whatever theories she could have based off of her knowledge of magic.
Walker, while they work and rest, you search. I assume the goal is a quick once-over, and you are not going to be spending an hour, like, deftly searching every room.
No, he's not looking for people hiding in drawers. He's
Yeah,
just looking
okay.
for anything particularly dangerous. But I mean, if
like-
he sees something
Yeah,
that's
like he's popping
out of the
doors
ordinary.
open, giving him a scan, going on to the
But if he
next.
sees, like, you know, if he like opens the door to the kitchen and sees Massey with his hand in the cookie jar, he'll probably say something, you know?
Yeah. Or someone hiding in a corner, but
Yeah.
you do not see anyone readily obvious. You hear no strange noises beyond, at least while you're near the... Did you shut the door behind you?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you didn't hear any. You're not gonna hear anything from them then either. Very heavy doors here in Garland. Gotta show off how strong you are.
He'd also probably check, like,
That's very funny.
the courtyard again, just to, you know.
The third floor is cleared. There are two separate hatches, you know, that go up into what seem to be leading to the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Are you checking up there too or no?
Yeah, he'll do a quick check if he's able.
Climbing up one of them, you do a once-over of the roof. There is no one up here. There are plenty of sets of arrows and a couple of longbows laying around. This place looked very ready for war, in case it came. You would note there is no one really on the battlements anymore. Of the outer walls.
Was there some before?
I mean, yes, like people have been like.
We're doing
There
rotations.
were guards, but they all
Yeah.
fucked off.
Yeah, no, they're all gone.
Yeah, I thought they were gone before, like, when the fight happened, which is why
Yes.
I...
Yeah, but like there's no evidence
Still no.
at this
Right.
point of anyone coming back or anything.
Hmm.
So it seems like they all had been cleared out. The
Right.
second floor, much the same. First floor, you go and check some servants' quarters, things like that. And you find what seems to be a heavily barred door from this side, locked. Just
Owen
by
mentioned
just
that.
by a bar rather than a lock, so you could remove it.
Owen totally mentioned it, right?
I'm sorry?
I think Owen mentioned a heavily barred door.
This is a different one I'm
This-
talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, this is, based on your, how good would you say Walker's memory is? I'll let you make it.
Barely?
Okay, this seems like, based on what you've seen, if there were, like, of the layout of the Balloton Keep, this is probably gonna lead to a dungeon. Makes sense, that's why the bar's on the outside. It is currently, like, heavy, like, iron bar going across the door, but you can just lift it up and take it off and go down. Are you checking the dungeon as well?
He would probably just lean in. Since it's barred, he doesn't worry about anything coming up.
Yeah.
Unless he can go under the door like fucking Simon can. But he'll, like, lean in and listen to see if there's anything he gets. Like, he'll do the thing where he puts, like, I don't know, like an object on the door and then puts his ear to the object. You know what I mean? The thing where, like, let the echoes come through a little bit easier.
He finds a teacup.
There is...
No, he uses fucking a little tin can from his mess kit, his cup.
There is definitely what sounds like the very soft clanking of chain.
Concerning.
Bro, who they got in there?
More than a little concerning.
It's Corvair's third
How
phase.
far through his thorough search was this?
Well, I was imagining you started at the top and worked your way down, so this would be, you know...
So what
10, 15
hasn't he
minutes.
checked? Does he feel like he's more or less done? Like,
I
where-
mean,
where
unless
are we
someone is hiding, like, in a fucking broom closet or something. Like, you have checked all of the big areas. There doesn't seem to be anything. You haven't heard anything. So unless there's a secret assassin who is doing a very good job hiding, you are
at?
probably
But
clear.
still somehow clinking chains in the dungeon.
Yeah. But I mean elsewhere in the castle.
He'll look once more over the courtyard just to make sure we're all good there before heading back to the others.
Did everybody get their 10
Did you
hit points?
rebar the thing?
He didn't unbar it. What?
Oh, you didn't. You never unbarred. Okay.
The idea was like to listen through the door.
Okay. I apologize. Okay.
Does he still hear the thing?
Yeah, you would have.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, he wouldn't have made that mistake.
And you make your way back up.
No,
Did
check
everybody
the
else?
courtyard, then back up.
Yeah.
Did everybody else get their 10 hit points?
Everybody else gets their 10 hit.
Can we?
Okay, can I hit dice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on.
oh.
Before you do that, I have some medicine checks to make.
Ho ho ho!
Gosh.
I've
And this
been
time I
so
might actually fail
scary.
because I have disadvantage.
What does this do again? I don't even remember.
Max.
Yeah, it means rather than rolling, you
yeah.
just get max on your first one.
Nice.
If it's success, if a creature spends a hit die during the rest, that creature can forego the roll and instead regain the maximum number of hit points for the first die. So I guess alphabetical.
Alphabetical works.
It's DC 15, so I believe that's a fail.
So, sorry, Alicia.
That can be for Walker.
Yeah, 15 is my
Oh, I thought you rolled a 5 on the next one. I was
That's
like,
what I
Jesus Christ,
thought!
man.
All right.
Alright.
We'll do them in
It's like
order.
with-
Alicia, now
it's like-
you spend your hit dice. And we'll just do the hit dice spending in order.
Okay,
Oh,
has it
that's-
been doing it automatically? I think so.
Yeah, it
I'm at
has.
Okay.
So you can see, like as Owen finishes his spell, he sort of drags himself to his feet, and there are bags under his eyes, like he just looks like hell. But he takes out his doctor's bag and he tries so hard, and he definitely gets the bandages on there and everything, but this is not his best.
Yeah, this is... I imagine this is a very long, short rest you guys are taking, patching yourselves up, too. Ugh.
This is
Would
like a
anyone be
2-hour
tended
short rest.
by the time Walker gets back?
We'll see. All right, Owen. That next up would be Evian.
Oh, my boy.
Heyo.
My boy. Oh, look at that. Double 4s.
Ugh.
I wrote for Alicia. I rolled a 19 and a 3. If I didn't have disadvantage on that, that would have been a 30.
Oh, big.
Pretty funny.
So that's 14 from that hit die alone. So that's nice. What is that? Fucking plus 8. What's 17 plus 8 for all the mathematicians?
25.
25.
Thanks.
Oh, 17. I think it's 7 plus 8.
I like the idea that William thinks 17 plus 8 is 15.
I didn't hear the teen.
It's probably good that way.
For the best.
God, Evian
Jesus.
just spent all of the hit die.
Oh no, I still have 2
Jesus.
left. We're good.
Oh. All right.
And
Ishri-
the funny thing is, I forgot to hit the complete short rest button.
Oh, I also didn't.
Get your fucking
Hey.
key back, motherfucker. Mr.
Oh,
Mick,
true.
reload on short rest.
Ishri's easy to work on. Oh.
Well, I imagine like Owen's kind of like he
He's starting to
slaps
get
himself.
in the zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Issues
The movements become more
straightforward.
practice and mechanical as he works.
He has to disassociate these people from his friends to get the work done.
Oh my
Jesus.
god.
Oh, the
I mean,
PTSD already kicking in, huh?
I mean, I do terribly in the face of people that like my family members not doing well. I'm like patience. I don't care. Whatever.
Oh.
My.
I feel like
This
you
is
kind of
why I
have
quit
to be
my
like that.
So, Ishri, if you want to spend any hit dice, or is she still having connectivity issues?
I think she's still having connections.
Neat.
Unfortunate.
Okay. We will move on at that point. We'll come back to her.
Owen's
Owen,
still
are you
working
patching
on her
yourself?
when Walker gets back.
No, I don't think I mean, he could, but I don't think it.
Maybe
he's really-
last. It's low on the priority chain.
yeah,
Rom's
he's not
up.
really- Fuck.
Sorry,
Oh my
Rom.
god.
Oh,
Just
it's
a
ready
little
for you to
bit.
die again. Alex, go ahead and spend your hit dice.
He's too used to it at this point.
Ugh.
You become numb.
And you get
God,
you
I
get free max one, Alex, in case you missed that.
No, she doesn't.
No, she doesn't.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry. I forgot you. I mean,
always-
I looked at the 20 again.
15. Just to be clear, 15 and a 2 on that one. Feels good.
Oh.
Good feelings. Good vibration. Good vibrations.
It's so funny that Rom has 19 con. I always forget.
It's always so funny.
Her and her magic con
Okay.
necklace.
I'll be good for now.
Alright,
Let's
Walker
fucking
is up.
steal it from her before.
I know,
Yeah,
Walker's
Walker,
gone. Can't do Walker. Alright, Owen, you patched
Let's say
yourself?
Walker, get back? Yeah.
Walker, after your examination, you can see no one looks good, but
You mean Owen?
no one. No one
you mean
looks
Owen?
good, but like they're at least patched up, and it's no longer just like rags wrapped around their wounds or a bit of arcane help at this point. It's properly like it looks like a nonstop like breakneck speed doing the best he goddamn can doctor, desperately trying to tend to everyone so they don't bleed out or get an infection or get fucked over when they pass out and not wake up. Owen himself doesn't look any better, but people are slowly coming around. Comical amounts of their body covered in bandages, quick stitching, other various works.
So Walker does get back and sees this, what
Yes.
you said? Everything's clear except for one thing. Someone's in the dungeon.
Oh, and
Even
sort of.
Alicia, Rom, you don't look like shit, as much shit as the rest. You want to back me up?
Yeah, I can. Rom kind of stretches
I
and
am more than good to go.
gets up. I think I can. I was gonna say I think I got a little more gas in the tank, but that doesn't really apply here.
You got short rested, don't you? Don't you actually?
No, I mean
The
the
phrase
gas in the
gas in the
tank.
tank. It's like when I use the phrase Fallout in character.
Oh, that's what you meant.
I mean, I think I'd be able to cast a spell or two as well now. So
Ven, it is 2 hit dice to get rid of combat exhaustion,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Badass.
So we completed a short rest while Walker was gone.
I would say, yeah. Walker's gone for, 20, 30 minutes, double checking everything, and by the time you get back, you guys are able to finish a short rest.
Okay, I'll get rid of 2 hit dice.
3.
God.
Ugh.
This tired old bitch has still got a little bit of run left in her.
Damn it! I'm so upset.
I am practically as good as new, so.
What's up's more than a little run, Rom?
She shrugs and picks up her sword.
Ishri, don't let Owen get up. He's still too fucking beat to death.
I'm
You
fine.
say as he's like trying to wrap up his like arm shredded.
Oh fuck! I forgot. Hold on. Nice. Nailed it.
Walker just rolls his eyes at the Owen's response. All right, let's
Did
go.
you just say that to Ishri? I'm currently on my phone. The
he-
Oh,
laptop.
now your internet went out, Hannah?
My internet just went out.
Oh my
He told
god.
Walker told Ishri to make sure Owen doesn't fucking do anything too crazy. He's taking Alicia, Rom, and Evian to go check something out.
Ishri just nods and continues her vigil of the lantern.
Okay.
I assume you wanted Ishri to spend hit dice to heal
Yeah,
up?
could
Okay,
you?
Yeah, no
yeah.
problem. Did you
Let that
succeed on the
happen.
Ishri one, Nick?
Yes,
I
he
did.
did.
I did.
Okay, so that is... Let's see. That's going to be a...
3 million HP for the first hit die.
Yeah,
then.
10... So 13 on the first one, plus... So I'm just going to write this. Click on her. 13.
Oh god, the setting is back. Pan to speaker, worst fucking thing ever created.
I assume
Well, that
Ishri's
draws
going
your
for
attention,
full.
don't it?
Hannah?
Oh no.
Assumedly, yes, Van
Oh,
Gogh.
there we
I
go.
think it's safe to say.
All right. Oh, with that.
So while those three are like getting up and getting
Owen
ready,
starts patching himself and Ishri properly. And
I heard chains in the dungeon. Someone moving around.
Well,
Don't know whether it's going to be a
somebody-
monster or someone who Corvier actually wanted to hold.
Yeah, hopefully it's somebody who's on our side and just was held captive.
Someone we're actually happy to see.
Well, if it is a
That'd be
monster,
a nice change.
Well, if it is a monster, I do still have some more. I was able to recover a couple of those silver bolts.
Walker starts loading them into his fucking car.
He has his box open on his hip, just like kind of thumbing through them.
And you guide them down towards the dungeon.
Yeah, he does.
Right. So, Evian, Alicia.
Walker, do you want me to take point going down? I think I can take a few hits if need be.
It's a pretty big door. We should be able to go in at the same time. Alicia, though, you said you can cast a few spells. Can you be more specific on that?
Like I could cast some spells, but not as many as if I was thoroughly rested, I suppose. Like, it depends how powerful the spell's gonna be.
Why don't you do your best to conserve, and if it comes to it, Hawker will take off one of his short swords and just hands it to her, hilt and all.
She just kind of looks at it with big eyes. Okay, sure. And she'll just like hold the sword with her arm straight ahead of her so that the sword is as far away from her as possible.
Like someone who has never held a sword in their life.
He included the hilt.
She's still holding it straight up in front of her.
That's how. Oh my god! It's like he hits one gun and they just start pointing it straight ahead.
She's like, no, it's like the sword, the blade is sword pointing up. She's just like holding her arm straight ahead so that it's far away from her. Like, I don't know what to do with this. I've just been handed a dangerous thing.
Like as soon as he handed it over, Walker went to fix his belt where he took the hilt off, or not the hilt. What's the term? The scabbard off.
Maybe with a crossbow.
What?
Maybe with a crossbow.
Yeah. So he'd glance back up and kind of do a double take of. Have you ever held a sword before?
I mean, to put them away. I don't.
Walker's just gonna reach forward and take the sword back from her. Even you saw that club.
Evian starts fucking rummaging through his bag and grabs the club out.
It's covered in fucking meat grease or something.
It's covered. There's some ketchup on it or something. I'm not sure.
It probably smells
He
awful.
hands it to Alicia.
Right. Why don't you keep that just in case, or hold on to it for now?
Okay, sure.
Does she start casting prestidigitation to clean as soon as we'll turn away?
Probably, yeah. She's
Right, well-
it's just like, she looks at it, looks how filthy it is, and I was like, nope, and just starts casting prestidigitation.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, with a newly armed Alicia, you guys make your way down. Carefully down the stairs and to the dungeon entrance on the left half of the castle. There's a large iron bar across the door.
Or hold a hand out to the others and listen in one more. Still hear the chains?
You wait. Give me another perception check.
Walker's looking for if this is distinctly a single chain that is rattling or what.
Or multiple?
You wait. How long are you want to wait? After 10 seconds, nothing.
Minute?
30, nothing. Finally, around 40, 45 seconds, there's a single, very soft rattle. And that's it.
I think it's just one chain that's being rattled. So I have no idea if there's more than one thing down here or not. But we need to keep vigilant.
Well,
here. Walker will then hand Ash, fucking Alicia. I want to call you Ashlyn. A torch.
Oh.
What is he handing her?
A torch.
Alicia at that will just cast, give me 1 second, I want to double check. She'll just go ahead and cast Dancing Lights.
I think I'm gonna cast light on the club to make it a torch.
Go cast light on the torch, it's safer.
Yes. I don't have light though, so she
For
just
the
casts Dancing
baby.
Light, and there's like 4 lights all around. It's the weird lights that she does.
Without a second look, Walker will just put the torch away. Right.
All right.
I'd imagine it's all like one very fluid motion, him taking it out, not even stopping and putting it back away.
Like it
Walker,
doesn't. He never lights it at any point. He just takes it out, lights appear, and puts it right back.
Walker is going to palm a few bolts, grab his short sword at the same time, prepare his hand crossbow. Evian, the bar.
Evian will move the bar.
His big hands.
There's a little bit of like a scraping sound of metal on metal. This thing is very tight against that. It's fairly high pitched. And
Can we see how far the stairs go?
after that, the door opens outward, and as soon as you started to move it, you started to hear more chains rattling.
Like multiple chains?
It sounds like it, or one very aggressively being rattled.
I'm assuming we all hear that.
Yes.
Should we?
Evian's gonna walk down the stairs.
Ashland, stay a good. Ashland, stay. Alicia, go ahead
God,
and stay a
William.
good 20 feet behind the rest of us.
Okay. I mean, I guess I don't really need to stay that far.
If we get overwhelmed by something down here, it'll give you a head start on running.
I can teleport.
You use the magic to help us first, but I suppose that's your choice. Walker's gonna start heading down after.
She just looks confused. She's like, he wants me to run away.
You have to run away the right way.
Yeah, not do it normal, you magic bitch.
You head down and it
Speak
opens.
dignity in my country.
There is a small, so to the left, there is another shut barred door, like a jail cell style door, but the bottom half of it is like heavy wood, and then there's 3 bars going through the top half as like a window that is also barred, much like the one above. To the right, there is it opens up into what seems to be like a small office. You can see a bunch of keys over on a wall behind a small desk, a chair, a burnt out candle on the desk, a couple of papers, and further down on that side, you see a hallway with a few cells on the right and left, and you can hear the rattling of chains coming from that direction.
Let's leave the door here. I don't see any doors open immediately,
Well,
so...
If you have dark vision, you can see. It's pitch black
Walker?
in here. Well,
I mean,
Alicia's got the lights.
You have
Are you setting
lights,
those
Walker
ahead of
has
you?
dark vision.
Yeah, so...
The dancing lights can go up to 20 or 30 feet away from me.
Yeah,
and
then-
they light up to 60 feet. So they're
Okay.
like they're in a row, a little bit ahead of Walker, then one closer to two closer to group, and one kind of behind, so that we
Okay.
have lighting all around us.
Okay, all right.
The door
Yeah,
should
it's
be
up to
fine.
30 feet away from me.
The door should be fine for now since it's barred. The chains are coming from that way, but I don't see any doors open. Hopefully the door is locked. Whatever
Ben,
the-
you said there's like a barred window on
Yes,
that door?
on the left. Yeah.
I'm gonna look through the window.
It looks like it continues on with another hallway, much like the other one.
Okay.
Best guess probably would be this is higher security.
Okay. Do I hear anything coming from that direction?
Give me a perception check.
Sir, yes, sir. Please be good.
No.
You said keys. Is there a key ring?
There are not a key ring. There are just a few various keys, almost like a hotel. Behind the desk, there's keys hung up. Except there is no rhyme or reason to it. There are no labels
fun.
on them or anything.
Very funny.
Presumably, a
But,
jailer would know which ones go where. Again, probably a security measure. That way, no one else could break people out in the event that happened.
Let's proceed with.
You're
Walker
cutting out
will-
at the end of your sentences again, William. I love it.
Let me get that a little bit closer.
I got the good proceed with caught.
Let's proceed with caution. Walker will say, beginning to move towards the direction of the Rizity rattle, the shaken chains.
The first two, when I say first two, I mean the first one on your left, first one on your
Yeah,
right.
first cells.
They both have people chained up against the wall by their arms that are dead. You would note they look like they have been bit many times.
Walker will grimace. They keep moving.
Alicia will look quickly. Does this look as if they were using the people to be like as feeding?
Food.
That's what it seems like, yes.
Oh.
That's
If
pleasant.
there's anything specific about their appearance or like unusual, Alicia would like to take note. So she'd be like looking over it. Not
they look like
taking a
backstory
very
characters?
long time, but
What in specific do you mean when you say unusual?
is there anything unnatural about the way they've decayed or the way that they look like they've died, or does it just seem like people who've lost a lot of blood?
It just
Is there
seems
an
like
obvious
people
pattern?
who, yeah, being bit around the shoulders and neck.
There it is.
Okay, yeah. I mean, she's taking note of anything like that.
Once you get to the second set, it is much the same. I would also note that the doors are shut as well, like the actual cell doors are shut.
Mm-hmm.
As you get to the second set, you then hear on the left-hand side chains heavily rattle from the third door down on the left.
I mean, at this point, Moses, it seems like it'd probably just be somebody who's scared because they think vampires are coming to eat them.
Walker glances back at her and then proceeds to the third set. He's looking to see if the door is closed first and foremost.
It is.
And then you'll look inside.
And you see this woman, bloodshot eyes, tattered robes, holding onto these chains that are keeping her from being able to lay down, keeping her chained against the wall. Like, you can see she seems like she's been gagged. Her fingers have been mangled, like smashed with a hammer. And she's like
Jesus.
desperately just trying to lift herself up. She's
light.
caked in dirt. You see, as you like, finally the lights start to get onto her, and you see the silver whites of an ASMR's eyes. The tattooing on the cheeks going up, and then meeting at
Is it
the
Lori?
edges of the eyes.
Is it
Does
Lori?
Alicia see it?
Alicia, you recognize
Every
this
ASMR
Yeah,
is
I
not
knew that-
Lori.
Yeah.
I thought check.
That's why I said, does Alicia see
Yeah, as
the
soon as
person?
you come around, you recognize that.
Can you open that door? Moses?
Is this?
It's like Alicia at this point looks kind of desperate.
Is this?
I think that's Pam.
Evian, check the rest of the cells. Alicia, help him with the light. And Walker will go back and grab the key.
Even's gonna start checking the rest of the cells. Is there anyone alive?
There are a couple more.
I'll help, unless there's like only.
At this
a
point,
couple.
Alicia would get close to the door and say, "Pam, is that you?"
She looks up and just, like, you can see that her eyes are too bloodshot. She can't cry. Like, I say bloodshot, like, it's like you can't literally see them bloodshot because she's an ASMR, but, like, bags under them, like, there is nothing left to cry. She looks like she hasn't eaten, she hasn't drank in days. She looks like she is barely surviving right now. As I said, fingers, hands mangled. You can see blood, and you can almost see where on her wrists you can see bits of like muscle and bone where these tight shackles have been dragged back and forth on her wrists.
Get you out there really soon.
I'll go fetch some water.
She just kind of nods and is still like just like looking through the door.
Evian hands Alicia his full water skin and is going to go check the other cells.
Walker's just
What,
throwing
you,
all.
you got a snack too?
Walker's on top pemmican at all times.
Oh,
A nice
I-
pemmican granola bar, get the energy
Alicia
going.
does have some water skin as well.
Well, two's
Apparently,
better
she
than
has cheese and bread, which is probably very stale.
Ugh. Walker's just gonna throw all of the keys in a pouch, Vin, and then just over and start trying them one at a time.
Give me a... Roll me a d24.
At this point, seeing that there's a bunch of keys and it's gonna take a while, Alicia's gonna go ahead and just cast Misty Step, and she's gonna go in the room and do her best to like help support her friend and to cast Prestidigitation to help like reduce the mud and all that stuff. Give her water. It's okay, Pam. We're all here. We'll help you out. I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner.
You finally just like you get the gag off, and she literally cannot talk. She has there's no fluid left in her fucking body at this point.
Alicia's like doing her best to like hold her up to help her out with the weight of her own body.
And you can also see like she's trying to like lift herself and can't. She just and just like as you start pouring little by little, she's just desperately drinking water. And Walker, finally, after maybe 6 seconds, 8 seconds a key, you get, you know, almost a minute in, you finally, 8th key, you and like finally get it, and it finally clicks, and you kick
Walker's gonna
back
leave
and
in the
pull the
door.
door quickly open.
He'll try the same key on the shackles. Is that how the
It is the wrong size. Much too big to fit on these shackles.
Any of the keys he has on?
There were not any. All of these keys seem to be cell size. There were no smaller ones.
Is that the thing that like we could like pry the shackles like the chain to pieces using like a crowbar or something?
You could try, but like they're pretty tight, and she looks like she's already in very rough shape.
I don't mean like at her, but like
on
at
the
like
wall?
the middle shackle,
I mean,
like one of the middle chains.
Yeah,
like, pry
but
like one of those open.
Who knows how long that would? It might take a hot fucking minute.
Okay.
Do you think we have a way to?
Walker's gonna like get out Pemmican and then like a mortar and pestle or something. She's clearly starved, right? Then.
Yes.
I'm no doctor, but Alicia, go ahead and take one of the balls of Pemmican, put it in a bowl with some water, and grind it up. Feed it to her slowly. Should at least give her some energy.
Then how far is the room where everybody is?
The cells maybe 5 by 10. It's not big at
No.
all.
Like
How
where's
far
everybody
till
else?
where everyone else is what she's asking.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Like
Where's Owen? How far
Owen?
away?
Yeah.
A couple hundred feet, maybe. Mostly up.
Could I dimension door there?
You can dimension door outside of it, like onto the balcony next to the door, outside the room.
Scary.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh yeah, probably not a good idea to dimension door into the spooky
That
magic
And she
room.
can't.
I'll get her out of here. If there's anything else, just you could.
I'll get somebody else to help. And she's just gonna dimension door
then.
her and Pam outside of the room where everybody else is.
Right up top.
And by everybody, you mean Owen and Ishri.
Yes, that's true. There's almost nobody there.
Oh, all right. So you
forgot.
dimension door her up top, and she immediately just collapses to the floor.
Mhm.
While she's not physically in as bad a shape as that Soul Strider that Angus had captured was, she's definitely not, like, she mentally is probably in worse shape at this point.
There you go. Alicia, if she cannot get into the room, we'll try to knock. 'Cause
No,
I don't know.
On the balcony?
If you try and open it, the door does seem to open.
Okay, Ishri, could you help me bring her inside?
Owen, who looks like he had returned to just kind of staring at Wynn's empty bed. He turns when the door opens, and he looks like physically better. You can see bandages under his armor and everything, and he gets himself to his feet, looking at least a little more steady, and he will go and help Alicia.
You get her. This is, by all rights, this woman should be dead by now. Owen. She is skin and bones, being kept alive by the bare minimum of something. And you, as carefully as you can, help bring her in.
This is the person I told you all I was here to come look for.
Put it on the bed.
Alicia will do her best to do so.
She winces in pain with every movement, as if she hasn't, like, stretched her limbs in days at all. Like, even just straightening her arms and bending them, she seems to, like, almost pass out from the pain, but you guys are able to get her over to the bed.
Yeah, like, Owen's not... he doesn't, like, tell Alicia to do
Yeah,
that.
no. Yeah,
Just
I
like-
assumed you were helping. Yeah, no,
Yeah, he gets
so-
a shoulder under one of her arms and helps her over.
Alicia like helps props up her head and tries to give her more water. Like continues casting precipitation to help clean her up and like removes the hair from her face.
Damn it. God damn it. Like as she lays down, Owen will begin speaking softly to her, you know, in his best bedside manner. And he'll do like you know, his customary assessment of her physical condition.
I'm not even gonna make you roll. You know what the fuck's wrong with her. You do not need to roll to identify anything that is wrong with this woman.
Here's my description vaguely of her.
Does she have
a wizard?
Ven, does she have, because Owen wasn't he hasn't seen the other bodies, so does she have like bite marks on her?
She does not.
Okay, so it's just the physical exhaustion and the shackle burn that she's got.
Starvation.
Oh, and her hands, I guess.
Yeah. It's not necessarily, like, it's shackle burn, but it's also just, like, it has gotten to the point where it's just worn down her skin and torn it away.
Alicia, you would also notice, will remove, I believe it's a brooch and put it on her friend. Yeah, a little amulet, and she'll just, like, pin it on. Evan, do you know what?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's pinned on Pam right now. And she'd look over to Owen and just say, it's to make sure she's not cold.
Does she feel abnormally cold when he touches her?
I mean, as cold as someone who's spent a lot of time in a dungeon has, but
Also, if you're
not, like,
starved, you
corpse
don't have
cold.
the energy to control your own temperature as
Yeah.
well.
Right. Well, I figure, you know, she's probably got
no.
her body
But,
temperature is dangerously low, but like I feel like there's a difference between that and like, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know, a fucking ice person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, she
No,
probably would not
she-
have hypothermia.
She, like, keeping her eyes on you, Alicia, she just tries her best to mouth thank you about 4 times before passing out. And she is not dead, but seemingly now believing herself safe, her body has just given up trying to stay conscious. And you just got a doctor now.
Well, don't worry, because that's my specialty.
But by the way,
Also this.
everybody's still downstairs in the dungeon. I just kind of, we couldn't get her out of the shackles, so I just brought her here.
Are they okay?
Yeah. Everybody, most of the people down there were, I think they were used either as test subjects or as blood for the vampires.
Owen scowls.
And since we couldn't get her out of the shackles and would take a long time, I just decided to teleport her up here with myself.
Like, her voice is shaky. Alicia's very emotional right now. The usually peppy and upbeat character is, like, very distressed.
She's a fucking train wreck.
Yep.
Ishri will put her hand on Alicia's shoulder and she'll say, it's okay. She's safe now. It'll be okay. It's really broken Elvish, apparently.
Well, Ishri has good Elvish, just not Alicia.
Yeah.
And you guys, as you tend to this death's door ASMR woman, the rest of you, Walker, as you begin considering where the fuck could the keys be, you just like, you know, checking every key once more just to see if any of them might be smaller, might be for shackles. Alicia is gone, along with the woman.
Walker's mildly annoyed, but not enough to say anything. He's gonna move on and see where Evian and Rom are. You guys find anything?
There's a few more people, but we can't exactly get into the cells without the keys.
You, as you walk down to meet them, it is pitch black again, because Alicia's gone.
Fucking Christ.
Yep.
Do you still have the...
Rom can
torch?
cast light on something.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, well, thank God. So, Walker, as you go to meet them, the 5th cell on the left, you see Fitzroy.
And she is alive
She
or
is dead.
Oh.
Walker just kind of stares for a few moments before shaking his head. Aaron. He'll move on to look for those who are still alive. And also see if Darren's one of the dead ones in here.
Evian will just, assuming as Walker walks past him, he'll just give him a pat on the back. It's not much, but you know.
We got work to do. Come on, Evian. Walker's just gonna hand him a couple of keys and we're gonna start opening shit.
Gonna start opening
Is that-
shit.
That wasn't who Massey was looking for, is it?
Aubrey Fitzroy. That's right.
Damn.
She,
Frowns and, like, puts a hand on Walker's shoulder for a minute.
No time for that, Rom. People alive here.
Yeah, you're right.
Ben?
over the course of the next...
Were you gonna say something about Fitzroy?
It's not important.
You're concerning me now.
It's not important.
Okay. Walker will tend to her later.
You guys... testing keys one after another, all of them seemingly the same, but with slightly different teeth. Shuffling around, trying to rescue after maybe... I assume the goal is to get water in all of these people who are seemingly starving.
Water and a little bit of, like, pemmican mush, if possible.
Yeah, pemmican mush. Walker would ask Rom to make it, or while they work on the keys.
Sure.
Most of these people probably don't have the energy to eat right now. Like, they are...
Well, that's why making the mush.
Okay. But otherwise...
chew it for them like a mama bird and spit it
nice,
into their
Alex.
mouth.
Thank you.
The next 20 or 30 minutes are spent essentially figuring out which keys go to which cell. I assume you're just leaving them in the door once you're done.
Absolutely.
Yeah, pretty much. Walker would eventually go back to the one room and try to look for smaller keys, maybe in the drawers or something at the desk. Or
yes, the second drawer down has a smaller key, a couple of them which look identical on separate key rings. You would imagine that it is a one key fits all for the shackles.
As Walker's like starting to as Walker's starting in the first person to unshackle them, he'll say to even make sure they're able to at least lie down after they're undone. We're gonna need to get Owen down here to help soon enough. But Rob,
do you have any of those extra? Do you have any of those extra cloaks on you?
Yeah, I think I got a couple still.
Could you give me a few?
Walker will pull out a bundle of, I think, 4.7 cloaks and hand them to Evian. How many alive ones do we have then?
4.7? Was that the number?
I'll tell you the number. One sec. It's not 4.7.
Evian's gonna try to, like, ball up a cloak per person and try to give them something to rest their heads on so it's not on, like, the cold, hard ground of their cell floor. Yeah.
All told, after maybe half an hour down here of scanning, figuring out who's alive, getting them water in their system, trying to get them to eat. You are able to find 7 survivors, not counting.
I don't think Walker actually has the cloaks anymore. They're on my inventory.
Oh.
I don't know what happened.
Ripped
But
them
anyway.
up at some point, I think.
Anyway, you were saying, Ben?
Yeah, not counting Pamela, there are 7 people in total you were able to save down here. Amongst them, 2 of them are in much rougher shape. Like, they were not... The 5 of them look like they've been bit a couple times, are in rough-ish shape, but also look like they have been fed, at least relatively recently. Whereas 2 of them look like they were beaten and tortured. One of those 2 still has a red band on their arm.
Walker is going to take it from him and just fucking toss it somewhere else. Just throw it into a different cell or something.
Yeah. But all told, there are 7 you find that are still living, conscious. Whether or not they'll make it, God only fucking knows, but...
Evian, go get Owen. Rom, do you have your magic back yet?
Yes.
See if Simon's alive.
Book it up the fucking steps as quickly as he can.
I'm sorry, you said see if Simon is alive?
That is what Walker said.
Like by sending, I presume you mean?
Yeah, that's what Walker means!
Okay, just making sure. I don't know if I was being smooth brain for a minute.
Go
Okay.
look. Go look for him right now.
Find him. You have 2 spell slots.
Summon him. Cast summon nerd.
Instead, Leon
Alright,
shows up.
Oh no.
Rom,
That'll be very helpful. later.
sends a sending to Simon.
Okay, well, there was
and-
9 words.
Come on. What's it say?
Rom sends a sending to Simon, and the sending is, "Hello, just checking on you, making sure you're still kicking."
Tell him. You
Smiley
fucker.
face.
Tell him where we are, you fucker!
Well, that's what she said.
Oh,
Okay.
you suck.
Oh.
I mean, that's not what you said. Listen, sometimes I need very clear instructions, and today is one of those days.
Listen, Rom does the bare minimum required. If Walker's gotta be middle management,
Oh,
he's gotta get middle
compliance,
management
okay.
responses. After a quiet moment, you get back. They capture me, but I'm okay. They're bringing me back. I'll let you know what's going on in the campus. They want me back at the Capitol.
Okay.
Rom frowns immediately. He said he's been captured. They're taking him back to Lenore.
Well, given the fact that it seems like Garland's won the war, I'm sure one of their they can demand some prisoners of war be released. No, we'll tell him once we get to it. But at least she's alive. If you still got it in you, maybe tell I don't know what was. Tell the Arcanist. Tell her that we didn't die, or maybe see if Darren's still kicking. No, tell the Arcanist we succeeded, and that there's still probably some vampires around.
Rom gives him the big thumbs up.
And that it seems that the Soul Striders have retreated for the most part.
And sends another sending. That sending is... We've slain Corvier. Actually, they know what his name is, right? I'm sorry.
I don't think so. I don't think she knows the name. She might know the name
All right.
Corvier. She might actually know the name Corvier, but I wouldn't. You should probably just say
She
the
does
vampire.
know the name because she was the one who did the
Legend lore, right?
Okay, that's good. That's what I need to know. We've slain Corvier. Sometimes words fall right out of my ears, and I can't think of them for the life of me. We've slain Corvier. The Soul
Filled
Striders
vampires.
are. I'm not done, William.
Sorry, it sounded like you said you wanted some words.
No, I couldn't think of the word Soul Strider for a minute.
Anyway,
We slain Corvier. The Soul Striders seem to be retreating. There are probably a few vampires around. Still. There are probably still a few vampires around. That's more grammatically. Doesn't matter.
That's stupendous. We're going to make our way as quickly as possible, continuing them.
Cutting out too, then.
I was above my mic. I apologize. That's stupendous. We'll make our way to Verrat hosting. We're already doing the march. We're safe to take the city, correct? And that's the end of it.
Well, Rom got no more sendings.
So?
I will relay this to Walker at least, and then offer to go tell Owen as well.
Evian's fetching him. We don't need to go see him, but there is still an area of the dungeon we haven't looked through. Let's go check on that before.
Yep.
And Walker will pick himself up and move towards the other door. Try to open the big bar himself.
This one, like, you can do it, but it is in very bad shape. Like, this thing probably has not been used in a hot minute.
So probably not open during the time they were here.
Almost definitely not. Like, there is rust on it. It's in pretty bad shape.
Well, I mean, pays to be thorough. Walker will check it.
Spend a moment carefully making sure you don't cut yourself on, like, bits of
Ben?
rust. What?
That was weird. I'm sorry, can you please repeat that?
What? So you are still going through with it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you spend a minute just carefully making sure you can get a good grip, not cutting yourself on the bits of rust and things like that. And after
Walker's
a minute or
got some
so,
pretty
you
thick
got to do like
gloves.
a bit of like a wiggle to get it going, get some of the rust off, but you're able to slide it and rust falling off at the bits and bottoms, and finally you swing it open and the first cell, nothing. Second cell, empty. Third cell, empty. Fourth cell, empty, though there is what looks like a slight but very, very old blood stain on the wall.
Fun.
And they just continue like that. A little dirty, cobwebs, spiderwebs, and the like, but otherwise they are cells just like the others. A bit
All empty.
smaller.
All
Yes,
empty, though.
Yes, it seems like this side was not used.
Alright, looks like we're safe here. Walker will then begin making his way back to the survivors. Let me...
Right there.
would you let me know once you can do that again?
Well, I think I'd have to sit down and take another rest.
Well, not much else to be done right now. Unless we need you to move the bodies. The living bodies, anyway. People. We call them people. Christ.
Oh.
Let's pretend Walker just said people. Anyway.
I feel like Kim would refer to humans as living bodies.
Walker's Kim. You figured it out. That was my plan the entire time.
No, Kim's too likable. Don't do that.
Anyway.
I'd imagine Evian's been able to grab Owen and bring him back at this point.
Funny McDurk and friends.
Is he coming? Yeah, you head up, and he is tending to this very close to death ASMR woman who is passed out on the bed.
With
The
Alicia.
first time the bed has really been interacted with as you get up there.
That's not true. Owen touched it before.
Owen did touch it, yes.
Alicia was resting her head on it at some point.
Okay, yeah,
Like
well.
the side of it. She
Like
was
sitting on the floor,
against-
resting her head on the
Yeah.
side of it. Okay, well. The first time someone has sat on it or really...
Mhm.
Yeah. All right, so Evian, you get up there. You can see Ishri still standing guard.
I kind of poke my head in, and I say, oh, and when she is stable, there are 7 more downstairs.
Owen's heart kind of jumps for a second because he hears, instead of when, he hears when, but he doesn't say anything. And he glances aside at Evian and he says, as soon as I'm done, I'll come down.
Evian nods at that, and he's gonna head back downstairs.
With Slowfall, could Evian jump off the balcony and be okay?
How many feet is it?
Like, probably...
Yes.
Like 25, 30.
Yeah, if
Oh
if
my
it's-
god.
I can go 70 feet right now.
Jesus. So yeah, he can just jump off the balcony to go back down. Oh.
You see, and you hear slightly louder footsteps, and you look out the doors. You see Evian swan dive off the balcony.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Ugh.
What an absolute lad.
Evian's just the guy from fucking that game Prototype.
Ishri will say to Owen, oh,
Matt Mercer?
Anyway.
Owen, I have a little bit of magic left if you want me to give her some, and then maybe some of the people in the dungeons as well.
Before I respond to that, Ven, are her hands, like, are her bones broken, or is it just the
Yes.
skin that's...
No, they are... This was done to stop a mage from casting spells.
And Cure Wounds doesn't fix that, right?
That
I'm
is
gonna have to,
not,
like,
no.
splinter fucking each finger.
Give me a medicine check.
Oh, God. I did spend my last hit dice to get rid of my exhaustion, so... We're back to 30s,
Jesus.
baby.
This has been for a while. Like, these have
Yeah, her
started
bones
to
have already
heal.
set.
She will probably never cast magic again. She will
You'd
be
have-
lucky to ever hold something properly again.
You'd have to break all her bones to set them back, and
And
they'd be
even
mildly
then,
closer.
that would
I was
be a
thinking that,
hell of a
yeah.
lot of work.
Very fun.
They'd be closer to usable.
Long
okay.
term, her fingers may work. As for the intricacies of casting magic, that's probably not ever gonna happen.
So he'll sort of look between Pamela and Ishri and Alicia. I almost did it too. And he'll kind of glance down at the fingers the ruined fingers that he's bandaging, and he'll say kind of quietly, I've done most of what I can for your friend Alicia. I don't know if our hands will ever be the same.
Alicia's not. She's just looking at her friend and doesn't even look over to glance at Owen, and just like quietly nods. She's probably also been quietly crying for a little bit now. Just kind of like holding her friend's hand and.
No, don't do that. they're messed
Oh, that's
up.
true. That's true.
Oh.
She has her hand on her shoulder and is just like
Ugh.
brushing her hair or something.
She is certainly cleaned up. This is definitely a fairly tall
yeah,
ASMR woman who, like, it's very strange in these tattered rags, all of these wounds, but otherwise clean. It's a very strange sight.
Alicia's probably mend a little bit of the clothing as well,
Yeah.
so that it's not as bad.
Yeah.
Just give me a moment to finish up binding these bandages, Ishri, and we can head down together.
Ishri nods. Alicia, you'll need to watch the lantern.
Alicia just like for once looks up and just looks at the lantern and then nods.
And if you can't, you need to say something, and I will stay here instead.
I'll be here. And she like positions herself where like her friend and the lantern are in her peripheral view.
At this
Ishri just
point,
nods.
you hear a loud banging coming from the courtyard. Those of you who are up in the Ishri, Owen, and Alicia.
Alicia immediately stands up
Oh no.
as she looks at Owen.
Am I done bandaging or am I not done bandaging?
There's still some work. Like, she's gonna live.
Right,
you're at
but
the
like-
point where if she's got the will, she's gonna live. That whole trope. But like, it's up to her now. There's bandaging is superficial. Her wrists were the most intense
Basically,
part.
her
Yeah.
fingers, if it's broken bones from 2 weeks ago, it doesn't matter whether you bandage them or not.
Yeah.
Rip.
So she just
well,
needs long-term care at this point.
Owen will carefully set her hands down, not on top of each other, but like, sort of on her.
On her side.
Yeah. Where she's not gonna like, even if
I
she had the
understand,
strength
yes.
to roll over, she's not gonna fucking roll onto them. And he'll sort of straighten and with much weariness, he'll take up his. What the fuck?
Nick, I think
Uh-oh.
there's been an abduction around you.
Amber alert.
My
What'd you do, Nick?
There's a missing elderly person around here somewhere.
Oh,
Since I
Nick-
live in Florida, I had to disable those because like those fucking alerts happen every like 30
Oh
seconds.
my god,
We
that's
cannot
pretty
disable
funny.
them here.
Really?
Anyway,
That's wacky.
Owen will take up his sheathed sword with just a heavy sigh and the weariness, despite the rest and the magic evident all over his demeanor, and he'll go to. I'm sure there's a window of some kind that we can look down.
I mean, yeah, the window that you.
Oh, we
guys
can look out
yeah.
Wynn's window, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
you're in. Wynn's room.
Okay, then I just look out the window. I don't pick up my sword.
Yeah. You see a group of people currently trying to heave ho to lift the portcullis gate.
Oh, this will be fun. Owen frowns. What can he tell about them from here? Do they look vampiric?
They look exhausted.
Do they have like
does that
scary
answer the
feet?
question?
The scary feet and
You
fingers?
cannot make out more than that from here in the dark.
Oh shit, it's dark now.
What time
Did
was
you
it
say
when you
that?
guys went in?
It's morning.
Morning. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it was like-
it
it was
is,
early
it is
morning.
slowly lightening up. They are far enough away. Give me a perception check, I'd say.
I think at most it's like 2 or 3 at this
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
like
it's early afternoonish at this point, I think. Yeah, that's right.
there are a couple hours.
That's
here
right.
and
Yeah,
there,
you
but,
guys did head out.
And we rested
Yeah.
for a while.
Hannah, how dare
They
you?
seem to like. There's nothing strange or like corrupted about them.
We
Seems
thought
like
that about a lot of
mostly, it's humanoid people, humans, a couple of dwarves.
Okay. So as they draw back their, you said they had a battering ram or something?
No, they're trying to like lift up. Like there are like 30 of them, and then you can see someone go heave and lift. And
Okay,
like,
so
Wait, are
Yeah.
these? What are the chances these are fucking Evian's friends who we totally forgot about until just now? Do you remember that we had them and didn't use them for this?
so as the guy goes heave, and before he can say and lift, Owen will cast thaumaturgy,
Oh boy.
and his voice will boom out from Wynn's shattered window, and he'll say, "Stop."
all right. As you do that, Rob, Evian, and Walker, you hear Evian's booming voice with no
Owen.
context screaming out the word "stop."
He doesn't so
Uh,
much scream as he
Boom.
voices
I know,
his
but-
authority.
Yes.
He becomes the Dragonborn.
That is all you guys hear is the booming "stop."
So that could mean a lot of things, but assumedly he's doing it to someone who's not nearby since he's using the loud thing and probably not just shouting in someone's face.
Yeah,
think
no, he's very
Walker-
obviously arcanely enhanced. You've heard him
So
do
I think
that
Walker
before.
would immediately grab his stuff and then run towards the, wherever the dungeon door is. And if that's in an area where, like, he could look outside, he'd look that way.
You'd have to go, like, it's near the back, so you'd have to go to the front of the main...
Where are the
like,
stairs?
you head up the stairs beyond the dungeon, go up to the main...
I mean, where are the stairs leading up to where Owen and the others are? Also at the back?
Yeah, towards the back.
Okay, well, I still think it's worthwhile checking the front. I think
Okay.
Walker's clever enough to figure out that, that's the direction where people will be coming from.
They do so. They do stop, Owen. And, Walker, you head towards the front and looking out one of the
I'm assuming
barred...
Rom would follow him?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
He does.
Wonder.
He does have another thing to say, Ben, but he was
Yeah.
waiting to see what
Okay.
they would do.
All right.
First.
They do stop.
Okay.
Confused, but they stop.
In that case, he will. If he has to cast Thaumaturgy again, it's a cantrip. So he'll say with that same kind of voice of authority, to quote one of his own class features, he'll say, Corvir has been cast down. The Shaithmore Keep is once again in the hands of a McDurk. If you mean harm to anyone within these walls, then you will be met with the same.
I think during their run-up, Walker like just comments on his breath.
Yeah, Walker's hearing that.
Show him all of our cards, why don't you?
Oh.
So only Rom gets that.
Oh, God.
Rom sighs.
All right, so Rom, you and Walker making your way to the front, you see a mob of people trying to open the portcullis gate.
Wait, from where?
From
Do
the
we see them, like,
barred
under the gate?
windows at the front of the castle near the door.
So we can like see them and speak to them through those.
I mean, they're barred and they have glass windows.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
okay.
And I believe they also have, like, shutters as well.
Okay. Where are these? Just in the wall?
Yeah.
Okay. How many people? Like a crowd? Like a
Enough
mass
of a mob that, like, they're trying to, that they think they could eventually lift this and get in.
Well, Walker will probably wait near the door and gesture for Rom to do something similar so they're not just like out in the open. Would we run to Evian since he did he suicided himself off the
Yeah,
top
like,
ledge?
as you guys are, like, yeah, Evian was stopped at the word stop! As you were, like, heading back down to the fucking dungeon, you hear the booming of Owen going stop arcadely.
Oh my god.
I mean, he is projecting it towards the.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
The
300
front of
feet in
the
every
fort.
direction.
Evian
Essentially,
would have
he'd seen others
fucking
and
stopped
he'd-
like that Patrick meme. Just
Assumedly he'd like
Mid-sprint.
join Rom and Walker,
yeah,
right?
he'd go with Ramen Walker.
The dream team, I guess.
Yeah. So yes,
Nightmare
you all,
team,
yeah,
maybe?
you all head towards the front as they do stop. They listen to that, and there's a pause, and a couple people, like, you can see people starting to draw weapons, though they don't seem incredibly sure of that. And then you hear, "Oh, we're not going to be giving it up that easily, now, are we?" I don't know if that picked up on my new mic.
Enough.
Okay,
It did
cool.
sound great, but it was enough.
Okay.
Do I hear that?
Yes.
There's just like there's a pause and then just kind of a clipped. So be it. And Owen just fucking grabs up his weapons and starts stomping out of the room.
Alicia looks very concerned and looks to Ishri.
Ishri will say, Owen, there are people still in the dungeons, and we have this to protect. Is this worth it?
Ishri, if they batter down the portcullis, they will be inside the castle and we will have to fight them anyway.
Ishri nods and takes up her guard on the lantern again. Alicia, can you go downstairs and start bringing people up here?
No, just
I can't teleport them, and I'm not really able to drag anybody.
Poor weak Alicia
Oh my
dragging people up
God.
the stairs. Oh.
It's just like, yeah, there's no way I can bring up an average person up a flight of stairs.
Hey, if
Without
it makes you
breaking
feel any
every
better,
bone.
they're all malnourished.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, it's like bringing down a
But-
stack of.
She would need a good grip, so she'd have to bring him by the legs. Just every step
just-
up, just clunk, clunk from
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Oh my-
Dragging all, just breaking all their bones.
They cannot.
Uh,
They cannot enter this room, Ishri. At least I don't think so.
I
If
think
you wish to enter the dungeons or accompany me, then the lantern should be fine.
You should not. I'll go take care of the people in the dungeons. You all can go tend to the people at the gate. I'll hear a commotion if it comes to violence, and I'll help.
Alicia just like looks over to Pam and then looks over back.
Yeah, I'll come.
You can stay and watch from the window if you wish. Wouldn't
No,
be a bad idea for someone to stay inside.
You really should watch the lantern, Alicia, just in case. We're pretty sure no one can get in here. But what if someone can? We don't
if
know.
you need to convince a crowd not to get in, I probably can help. At least a bit.
If it comes to that, I will simply command them not to.
I'll still come along.
Very well. And Owen will. Ven, you said these windows have shutters?
Yes.
He will shut Wynn's shutters, and once Alicia and Ishri have left the room, he will close the door. And he doesn't really know if it's gonna work, but he'll like put his hand back in the middle and sort of just will the vines back in place. I don't know.
Nothing happens.
Damn it.
And you start heading down.
Yeah.
You and Ishri as well.
If there's a key, you know, if he would know where Wynn keeps the key to her bedroom, I guess he would lock the door, but
Ishri, seeing the vines not regrowing, just shakes her head and goes back into the room and keeps watching the lantern. It's the most important thing to her.
Okay.
all right.
And Owen, you start to walk away.
Yes.
Alicia will follow.
Is it a fucking proximity thing? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, once you get about 10 feet away, the vines start growing back.
Oh,
that's funny.
Just frowns and he stomps back over to the door, opens it.
They start to grow away again.
Oh.
He opens the door and says, "Ishri, they will grow back when I leave."
Oh, okay. And then Ishri, that I guess goes to the dungeon by herself to go try to free people.
Oh.
Oh,
That's
my
the
God.
one thing Corvair never tried, was walking within 10 feet of the door.
As Owen McDurk.
That's Owen McDurk.
Just trick Karad with a good old, like, not magically. He just like wears one of Owen's shirts.
A kilt.
He wears his
Steals his clothing.
He
puts
fucking
on his
dyes hair
cologne.
red.
I have to
Does like
smell
a
like
jig
Owen.
towards the room and it opens up. There you go.
Somebody's edit that out.
He rubs some mint under
I'll
his
tell you
armpits.
this: he did never try dressing up as Owen.
Dumbass. That was your first mistake.
All right.
All right, so
So
You
back
guys-
downstairs, yeah?
make your way down. You guys hear the door open and then close and then open and then close. With Owen giving some orders that you vaguely hear echoing. Something about it grows when he's further away. You can't tell. You're focused on the people outside, and eventually you see. So no one is left in the room.
No,
Only
what is that?
Pamela.
Okay,
I
Pam,
was
yeah.
gonna say
Oh, no, she's gonna use the binding.
Wait, no. Ishri said. Oh no,
Ishri
she's
was
coming.
willing to
Okay.
go. So Ishri goes downstairs. You all go downstairs. Me in the fucking main foyer.
Oh, real
Yeah.
quick. Owen would have thrown a blanket, pillowcase, some type of cloth over the lantern.
The
before
lantern and
we-
sword. Remember, they're together.
The lantern and the sword.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Sounds like a book.
There's
They're
like a
covered.
sword hanging up from the side of the pillowcase.
I think downstairs, like as soon as Owen yells, "So be it," Walk goes. Let me say, So be it. Ugh, like Rom, I think we're gonna have to try negotiating.
I'm here too.
You think you're gonna negotiate, Evian?
Most likely not.
You're gonna be there to look big and intimidating, and hopefully they don't notice how fucking tired we are.
Alicia is like, as she's walking down, is casting prestidigitation so everybody looks as fresh as possible.
Oh god! You can't prestidigitate away Walker's fucking eye bags. Sorry.
No,
always
but
has
like
those.
at least like kind of fix the hair a bit.
Make sure that you're not covered in
look
blood.
clean,
Nothing like
exactly.
that.
Ian looks
yeah.
the best he's looked in years.
Alicia
Damn.
just like mends her poncho real quick, gets away with the makes sure to take away the burns on it.
All right, and
So then we
you all eventually, after a minute or two, after a couple of minutes, are down together in the fucking main hall and foyer.
I have to imagine the down group would probably approach sooner if they start,
Yeah.
restart their efforts.
Yeah. So, what are you guys doing? What's the?
Are they currently attempting to lift the gate still?
Yeah.
Can I start?
There's like a pause, and they're like, you hear someone. If you're not COVID, who are you?
He just told you.
I just fucking told him, dude.
They don't seem to believe.
I'm there, right?
Yeah, well, three of us.
Yeah,
I
all
think,
three of you,
Walker
and
would,
the other three you
Let-
can hear
let
coming down the
me,
stairs
please.
quickly.
Please.
I think
Go
Walker would start
ahead.
approaching and gesture for the others to, join him. Others being
Yeah.
Evian and Ron.
Evian
We
is walking
are-
slightly behind him, snapping.
We
Walking hissing.
we are the Shine Watch and Owen McDuck.
You are saying with magic so they hear you, or are you going? You're outside.
Yell it?
You're outside. You've met.
Yes, we've definitely gone out.
All right, you head
Not
out.
like out the front gate, but like we're near
Yeah.
the thing.
The Shine Watch with Olden.
That's what his grandkids are gonna call him.
No, Olden my dirt.
The Shine Watch with Owen McDuck.
Featuring Owen McDuck.
With special guest
Shine
star.
Watch. Owen McDuck's Shine Watch. There you go.
It's Owen McDuck and the Shine Watch experience.
Oh. God.
Oh,
It's like a bad cover band.
Owen
Anyway,
McDuck.
they look skeptical. And how far away from the gate are you guys at this point?
Pretty close, like a good 15 feet.
There is a combination of people armored from the Red Band, guards, just people.
Who the hell are you?
Folks happening. And you guys will have noted when you came out, for the first time since you've arrived in Kintaran's lands, there is proper sunlight. Not a lot. Like, it's kind of overcast, but there's proper sunlight.
Ishri squints at the sky angrily.
Have they gotten here yet?
They are on their way. Like, you guys
Yeah,
get out,
okay.
and then they're starting to head out.
Yeah, we're
They said
probably
what's happening,
40,
right?
50
Yeah.
feet behind you guys.
So who are you exactly? Because we're not taking none of these tricks.
Didn't you fucking hear him? The monster's dead. One of the MacDurks is with us.
are you asking for our exact names? Because you probably don't know us.
How we know this ain't no trick?
Why would Corvair?
Not there, Kim.
Aren't we like
you guys
50
are heading.
feet behind?
You guys are heading out.
We have to
Okay.
climb
Yeah.
down 3 flights of stairs and
Oh, fair
cross
enough.
100 feet
And
of
they were still
courtyard.
opening the door,
Oh,
so
fair
we had to
enough.
act.
Yeah, that's fine.
So who exactly are you? Why this ain't one of them tricks?
Why would any sort of trick be allowed to happen?
Because he knows he's outnumbered now and everything's falling apart.
He's fucking dead.
That's what you keep saying.
What trick? What the fuck does that even mean? You were fucked before. There was no trick that was going to keep you from being fucked. The only thing that's happening now is exactly as we've said. The monster's dead. You can even see that the sun is back.
Give me a persuasion check, Walker.
You bitch. Walker's pissed. Walker's angry. He does not have patience for these idiots. That's not it. I almost clicked performance. He doesn't fucking dance. Ooh, my boy
That's
Walker
pretty big.
fucking walks over here.
you guys, as the group of
A
Owen,
very
Alicia, and
good
Ishri
dance.
make their way towards hearing Walker's speech. Well, if he's dead, then what the fuck is all this? Why lock? Why shut the gate?
Because you fuckers were like monsters before. You were under his control. You acted like raving lunatics. We didn't know what was going to happen after he died.
You hear him like turn back. It's unreasonable.
They just shrugged. Yeah, that makes sense.
So what, is this a trick? Are you all still raving lunatics?
He kind of pauses for a second. And kind of turns back. Raving for that fucker's head, right? Yeah! And like people start clamoring for it.
Well, the head's fucking dust, so you're not getting that.
They kind of like very quietly quiet down again. Oh,
Oh my god.
well, what about that fucking Soul Striders? They all allied with him.
Well, one's dead. Don't know. I think the rest retreated.
Yeah, as far as we
Oh.
know, they're fucking off.
Well,
Oh,
anyway, the Garish army's on their way, so you know this will be over soon enough.
is that, by the way, this guy is he is speaking Garish not incredibly well. Like he speaks it, but definitely not a natural. Like that's not first language. About as well as Kim speaks English.
She speaks English fine.
I was waiting to see who came to her defense on that because it wasn't gonna be
Just
Kim.
Kim, I guess. Golly.
But no, it is obvious that
Second
that
language.
this man is Lenorian who is saying this.
Walker just like looked at the others. They seemed back to normal to me.
Relatively. Should they
I
open
mean-
the
Normal
door?
as it is for a bunch of
As long
guards
as-
in red band to be hanging out.
So what
as long as they
happened?
say they're not going to make a bunch of trouble for us, I don't see why they shouldn't come in.
Well, let's wait for Owen to get here before we make that
I mean,
decision.
Owen is
His
at this
house.
point they're crossing the courtyard, like on their way here. They're pretty much here.
Owen is he's got his best. Maybe not. You know what? It's not his best scowl. It's been a long day, but it is a scowl.
A tired scowl.
A tired, yes, a very tired scowl.
An exhausted scowl.
Walker will glance back at them.
What's all
You
this
see?
then?
They seem back to their senses for the most part.
Is this
Such
true?
as it is.
And it seems like they just wanted to kill Corvier. Seemed a bit disappointed when I told him what happened.
He would fucking turn to dust when he heard we were all coming to get him, right, boys? And people just start like clanging swords, shields, things together.
Walker rolls his eyes so hard. So hard.
Why now?
What do you mean?
They were
He's
fucking
addressing the
under his
crowd.
control.
What do you mean?
Why do you wish for his blood now and not last night?
Cause he had a way. You know, he sounded reasonable, but you know, thinking back on it, he seemed a little mad.
A little, huh? Oh, and it was fucking magic. You know the reason already.
What, you said the Garish army's coming?
So it is. And he looks at Walker and Rom questioningly.
I already gave away who we're with, Owen.
He wasn't there when Rom did that sending. He doesn't fucking know.
Yeah, I sent wood to the word immediately fell out of my
Arcanist?
head. The arcanists already.
Oh, Simon's also alive, but been captured.
Captured.
Supposedly being taken back to Verona, but I mean, if he's just a war prisoner, can't you just ask for him back since the war's pretty much over?
I mean, if they teleport, it might not be easy.
I mean, I don't know
Too
how
late.
war works exactly, but I'm assuming isn't like can't you just demand war prisoners to be returned at the end?
I mean, if they're all gone teleported, why would they accept?
Owen kind of like looks around furtively at the crowd and says, "We can talk about Simon later. What is it you want of us?" he says, addressing the crowd.
We wanted Corvier's head, but
He's gone.
yeah, well, at this point, yeah. Gosh, Army's coming.
Oh, they didn't even have a plan B.
Free. You're McDuck then, all right?
Aye.
Well, free passage for the people in the red band to get the fuck out.
Let me be more clear. You are in no place to make demands. I
Owen,
only wish to know why
Owen.
you are here on my doorstep.
Owen,
Well,
you're
we were
fuck-
trying to take down Corvier, and well, when all of his strange things started fucking off out of the city running, started to all band together, right? And you see this this garish man, not wearing a kilt, but very blatantly garish, just in his build and the fact that he the way he's got his hair and the boulder-esque shoulders that he carries himself with. He just, I
I'm sorry, are you saying that all the vampires that were in the city went off running?
oh, we killed a few, but yeah, they fucked off fast once kind of motions up to the sky.
Alicia looks over to Owen. So there's a bunch of vampires out there in the countryside. Okay, that's cool.
Where did they go?
vampires and werewolves.
Out of the city, you know.
Which way?
Everywhere. I mean, you know, out
Scattered.
the gates.
The weaker ones might not survive in the sunlight, but
She shrugs.
Problem for later. Walker kind of like lowers his fucking voice. Remember, Owen, they fucking outnumber us. Don't just fucking tell them they're all dead.
Owen frowns in thought.
shouldn't we be suggesting we celebrate or something so that they can all be happy or whatever?
Those of the Red Band aren't stupid enough to know that as soon as the army gets here, they're going to be executed or worse.
I mean, do we have to? If they're all peacefully living with the rest of the Gar people, I don't know.
Walker glances from Alicia to Owen.
You can
frowns.
already, the perceptive amongst you would notice that they are already starting to, the crowd is starting to dissipate a bit. Mostly Red Band.
I mean, we did sort of do that already.
They're also gonna start running off already.
Walker just shouts out, "Hey, hold it! Is there a dickhead named Darren Massey out there?"
No response.
I can reach out to him as soon as I rest a bit.
Fine.
Owen will raise his voice, just normally, not with magic, and he'll say, "I can make no promises, but if those amongst you who are Red Band surrender, I can try and get you free passage, safe passage back to the north. If you flee into the countryside, you are on your own."
Amongst the murmurings, you do hear at least a few people mentioning whether or not there are still questioning whether or not there are still ships at Fort Getz that can get them back. And some more people head off while some seem to stay.
Oh, we just let them know that Fort Getz already occupied.
And he clears his throat, raises his voice again. Wait, no, Fort Getz isn't, right?
No,
They were in
Darrow.
Darrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What am I thinking of? Am I an idiot?
No,
No,
you're
you're
thinking
Darrow.
Darrow.
Huh. Yeah, I am. Okay. Forget I said that then.
what do
I
you
guess, to one of the Red Band, if there's an obvious Red Bander who,
The guy who's been
Lingers.
speaking seems
Yeah,
like he rallied a lot of these people.
what's he doing?
He is very confusedly looking back and forth. Not exactly. It seems like no one really had a plan beyond revolt against Corvier.
Ono will point at him. You there? I was told that there were stories of a ghost haunting the lands east of Verrat. I was also told that there was a contingent of Red Band sent after it into the Petrica. Do you know anything of this?
You're talking about the crazy one. It's been hunting the Red Band, right?
Aye.
What? No one accepting that order to hunt her now. Tried
So it
ordering,
was-
no one would accept it. It's just death, much as getting sent to Petrica itself.
So the order was given but not followed.
Well, it tried to be given, and then they said the Corvier handled it. Hasn't been a problem since.
Oh, and it might, whatever that meant, it might be gone now that he's dead.
Maybe, but she's still out there if she lives.
Try to reach out again once you can.
Aye. Owen turns back to the crowd and sort of shrugs and says, "Is there anything else?"
The crowd kind of murmurs for a moment, having lost all of its steam at this point. Are you really McDurk?
The name's Owen. And yes.
You do hear him whisper. He doesn't say it out loud to you, but like you do your perceptive to hear him whisper. I thought they was all gonna be taller, really.
Owen scowls.
Oh.
That's funny because
Especially
we have
next
like
to Evian.
Yeah, standing next to you must make Owen look
fucking
tiny.
down a little, like crouches a little bit to make him look taller.
Owen's not even short. He's like 6 feet tall.
Yeah, but like compared
But
to
he's
his
standing
dad,
next to Owen,
Yeah,
or he's
standing
standing
next
next
to
to
fucking
Evian and
Evian.
Rom.
Comical.
Just Alicia, who's shorter at this point.
I think Walker's a bit short. I think Walker's like
Yeah.
5'9",
10?
5'10".
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also don't
Isha
know.
realizes that there's no danger here and very briskly heads back to the room with the lantern. Just turns around and walks away very quickly.
Oh, there's
Well, I
nothing
thought
else.
she was going to the dungeon.
Oh, and if there's nothing else, there's still a lot of people suffering from malnutrition and dehydration in the dungeon.
Of course.
I can keep an eye on these lot if you need.
It's up to you. I don't think they're going to be getting through that gate anytime soon.
I'll go turn back to them, see if anyone has anything else to go on about.
Shrug?
After a moment, you hear like a not like a hanging, but like metal slamming onto the portcullis, and turning. You see this woman with braided brown hair, not covered in blood, but like blood down like the left side of her face. Around the mouth going down and just kind of like brushed back like spatter almost. My name is Andrea. I fought with you at the Battle of Citre. I would fight again. And she kneels down for just a moment and then stands back up.
Does someone recognize her?
I mean, not immediately. There were a lot of people. Like,
There were
there were a
many
lot of people.
survivors, I'll tell you what.
Fought with you
Owen
then, I'll do
will.
it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I fought with you then. I'll do it now. Just give the order.
There is, God's willing, no more fighting to be done. At least not today.
I wouldn't be so fast, Owen. We know that there's a group of vampires that have scattered to the wind, who are only scattering because of the sunlight. They could come back night. We might need to organize a guard to keep watch at night.
We don't know yet that the people who've been turned are still with Corvier. They might just be frightened for their lives, but that doesn't mean they're inherently evil.
We saw what was done to the people in the dungeon, Alicia.
What was
They were
done to the
feeding
people
on
in the
them.
dungeon?
Alicia just kind of looks at the ground.
I think it's worthwhile
Stop.
to keep an eye for these creatures,
She just nods.
even if they were human ones. I mean, that's what they still are.
Owen will turn back to the woman. What did she say her name was? Adrian?
Oh, I just wrote Indria. Yeah.
Can you type that?
I
for me,
did.
please?
I
already
did.
did.
Okay, sorry. I was looking at Discord.
Yeah.
Very well, Andrea. If you wish to be of service, gather those who wish to stay outside the gate. I have some people that I need to tend to, but I will return shortly.
She gives a very serious and slightly somber nod. Of course, Lord McDuck. All those still loyal will be at your beck and call.
You may include any red band who wish to stay as well.
She once again steps forward, putting an arm on the portcullis, like grabbing it fairly tightly. With all due respect, I've watched them kill, maim, pillage my home. I'd rather die than fight alongside them.
You mistake me, Indria. I did not say that they could fight with us. But if there are vampires out there, I do not wish to leave anyone to their... And he just kind of trails off.
Give me a blind persuasion check.
I'm good at these.
Blind?
Can I add something to that I don't know, to help him, or just to add
In
something?
this case, I don't think there's anything you could do to help.
I still want to say something.
Sure.
With that monster controlling things, everyone here is a victim. With the monster still out there, we'll need all the help we can get.
Just gives a nod. Of course. I'll pass the word. There's McDurk in the Shaithmar Keep. And Verrat is free once more. And you see a few more as the guards begin to get together and start to fan out after a moment with orders given by McDurk. And as they dissipate and the crowd begins to fade, we'll go ahead and take our first break of the night.
Why, in case they arrive?
That and well, if I'm needed, if the wounded need me, I don't fancy doing the stairs again.
Fair enough. There are a lot of stairs.
And she like looks over to Ishri.
Well then, I think Ishri it should be okay to leave the lantern alone. Nothing seems to have happened. It has less, like, smoke stuff, mist coming out of it now. And
This time it's Owen's turn to do the comical two-finger peek
yeah.
under the blanket.
You lift it up, and that silverlight smoke that was coming out of it is almost non-existent. It's inside it still, but is no longer leaking almost at all. A tiny puff every once in a while.
Ishri tries to detect magic on it again.
Still magic coming from both it and the sword.
Oh, the detect magic is working?
Yeah.
So Karad's protection is fading.
normally, I mean, I can't personally tell what magical items do, so I can't tell you what this does.
That
Like
was
looking at the
Simon's
lantern.
area of expertise.
I mean, normally I suggest Pam when she gets better, but
She just like looks down to the ground.
well, hopefully we can get Simon back.
I hate to think of him out there, prisoner.
Isha just shakes her head. Is there anything we can do?
Not tonight.
Not right now.
And if he was being held by soul striders, they could be anywhere by tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I think the best we could do is send a message to Captain Raymar. Hope that he can do something about it.
Another break from being transported to jail?
Aye.
If the magic from the protection is fading, maybe Owen, you can sleep downstairs, near the people who are wounded, and Alicia and I can stay up here, and I'll take first watch, and then I'll wake up Alicia, and then Alicia, you can wake up Owen. Yes?
I can take first watch. I already had a quick nap earlier.
Yes, thank you, please. And Ishri just lays out on the floor next to the lantern.
Oh.
I have a bedroll, and like Alicia starts like taking out a blanket and a pillow for Ishri.
Ishri is barely conscious.
She's just gone.
Ishri's already gone.
As soon as her head touches the ground,
Alicia,
she's just
like-
out.
She's like,
Alicia
someone else can
does
take
her
watch.
best.
This is fine.
Alicia does her best to lift up Ishri's head to put a pillow under it, probably struggles.
Oh, I got you, girl.
Oh.
With 2 minutes.
All right. So, with that, you guys begin your watches and sleep, and Evian,
Hi.
you leave and make tracks to the wilderness of Kintar. Well, into the wilderness, into the roads.
Into the roads in the wilderness.
Yeah,
You know,
that's technically
mixture.
true. That's true.
Yeah.
Fuck these people at far. Each hour you're searching. Nothing.
Do I see like compared to the well traveled tracks that are on the road, do I see like a fresher set of, one tiny little walker set of feet and one very big Rom set of feet?
Did you guys ever go off the beaten path outside of checking for tracks? Which I imagine.
Let it be established that Walker has comically large feet. I'm sorry, you asked a question, didn't you?
Yes. Would you guys have went off the path at any point?
I believe you described Walker going off the path to check for other people going off the path.
Yeah.
Evian would also be carrying a torch in one hand.
God, he's just
Rum
doing the
wouldn't have
fucking the
as long
Olympic
as he
torch
was,
thing.
You know,
Literally, yeah.
in sight.
You know, he's got his shirt off and everything.
So after Rom and Walker headed on the hunt for Massey, you make your way little by little, going as quickly as you can, keeping your eyes peeled. Though if you're checking for tracks, you're not going to be moving at a fucking jog.
I'm going to be checking for tracks every once in a while.
Okay.
Like, it's not a constant
hoping for
thing.
evidence that they've come this way.
Exactly. Mostly I'm just covering ground.
Yeah. Nothing obvious. A little bit after it's well into the night, that moon is comforting and strange at the same time, and you look up at it, just, you know, this is the first time you've seen a proper night sky in a while. And when you look up at it, there's just this slight burning on your hands. A reminder, that same sort of shine that you saw lighting up another figure. You continue?
Absolutely.
All right. You make your way step by step. Walker, you are keeping your eyes peeled for much of the night, I imagine.
Yeah.
Perception check, please. Also, is the fire going all night?
Yeah, Walker's
Okay.
gonna keep it going.
All right.
If he can be a little bit quiet, Walker's gonna prepare a few things for later.
Okay.
He's gonna find some, like, decent wood. He's gonna just get some stuff together for later, you know? He's gonna be making some graves, so he needs...
He's
Separate
gonna be,
grave
oh
markers.
god, yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
it's-
perception check,
order.
please.
Then I would like to mention that Evian is going like 5 miles max.
Oh god. All right.
Walker used all of his energy, fucking trying to find the guy.
Are we gonna get ambushed and killed?
We'll see.
Specifically by Evian.
Please don't do that.
Oh.
Don't
Well,
do it.
Walker won't be surprised by it. That's all we know.
He won't be surprised when Evian kicks him in the head till he's dead. Oh. He always knew Evian was the one who would do it.
Hope you have a good con save, motherfucker.
It's okay.
I do.
+2.
Well, you're unconscious still, so he can just fucking coup de grace your ass.
Oh,
No.
Just stomp her fucking head in.
Oh, till she's dead, yeah.
There you go.
Anyway, so Evian, after a little while's travel, each hour you're like, Jesus Christ, how fucking far these people go? And scanning the horizon every once in a while, as dark as it is, doing what you can.
I don't think we'd be that far off the highway, by the way. There's no reason for it.
Yeah,
at
I
this
know.
point.
Eventually, you see a fire. Very faint, but the first thing you've really seen. It's after midnight at this point. Like, you wouldn't know that, but it's after midnight, and you were like getting ready to turn around, and probably
At the
another few
first
minutes.
sight of fire, I am immediately going to stamp out my torch just in case.
All right.
Stamp it out, not put it out.
He
Just
drops on the
stomp
ground,
his
just starts
torch to death.
jumping on it. Oh.
Jumping comically high.
Yeah,
into
that's
the
why I
air every
imagine
time.
jumping like 10 feet up and just
Fucking
Mario
Super Mario
stomping this
jump
fucker.
stomping the...
Yeah. All right. What do you do, Evian?
And I'm going to continue forwards stealthily.
Stealth
boy.
check, please.
Well, at my best attempt of
God,
stealth.
roll comic.
Yes! And in the darkness, where even Walker, far beyond even Walker's eyes, his weary, sad, tired boy eyes, you approach a camp with 2 familiar figures. Walker sitting near a fire, preparing to whittle or possibly reload a gun while you're driving. What?
I'll
While
cry.
you still have time to kill him, Mitchell.
I do. I could
Take
do
Take
it
the
right
gun
now.
away.
While
I could
He's just
kill-
unloading and reloading his crossbow over and over.
while a larger figure sleeps nearby in a bedroom.
I could take them both out right now and tell Owen I found him dead.
What are you doing, Evian?
Recognizing the figures, I'm gonna like step on a branch or something so Walker knows I'm coming.
Oh, so Walker can feel like he's doing a good job.
Yeah, exactly.
Walker, you immediately turn and there's that split second where you're like, fuck, it's a big guy, and like I imagine drawing the crossbow.
Yeah, definitely hand on the crossbow as he turns.
But as he gets within your vision, that's fucking even.
Your mic just cut out. You just said that's
fucking Evian.
That's fucking.
Yeah. That's fucking Evian.
Walker just kind of takes his hand off his crossbow and just sighs. Does Evian like approach?
Yeah. Evian's still approaching. He's like just walking towards the camp. You guys went quite a ways.
Yeah, I guess so.
No luck?
Darren Massey's gone.
Well, shit.
I'll be digging 2 graves when I get back.
Well, if you want any help. And he just kind of shrugs.
Walker doesn't know how to respond. He just he stops his preparation. He has a couple pieces of wood. Maybe he was off a little ways and found a down tree or something and he harvested a bit from that. But he has a few planks nearby that he's been sanding or something that's not too loud, not to disturb Rom. He just kind of stops. Another moment of him just not doing anything. Then he'll pick back up what he was working on.
Evian?
Sorry, I was just trying to think of what to say.
Did Evian bring anything? Would he have brought his pack with him on this journey?
He had a
Pretty
torch.
funny.
A torch? His clothes and a torch?
That's it.
Oh.
What are you working on?
You weren't in Lenore for very long, were you?
I lived in Lenore for 15 years.
Well, you got him. You kind of yeah, I guess he's not yeah, I guess so. No. Grave marker and grave border.
Ah. Well, it would be a little dumb of me to head back at this hour, so I'll probably be camping here with you for the night.
You eat yet?
Are you planning on sleeping at all?
I don't know. I've wanted nothing more than to get some sleep for a while now, but it just feels unfair.
How so?
I don't. This whole little trip was a selfish thing of mine.
Not particularly. Finding a friend after a battle? That is not selfish at all. That is...
Walker kind of gestures to Rom, just nods in her direction.
If she did not want to be here, she would not be.
Nonetheless, she nearly died. And
so
walking
did you.
For over 8 hours, just making sure I don't kill myself.
If she had not come, one of us would have.
Still, that's on me. She deserves the rest.
So do you. If you want to sleep, I am more than happy to keep watch.
If I recall, you are one of the worst out of everyone. Or you got the worst out of everyone.
You know, everyone dies every once in a while.
I want to argue with you. She kind of puts a damper on that, doesn't she?
A little bit.
No.
You
I'm
know,
gonna keep
that
getting
means
things ready.
you're the only one at this camp who hasn't died.
Walker kind of grimaces. Shakes his head. Well, why don't we make an agreement not to do any more of that, huh?
Yeah, it is it's already crossed off of the bucket list.
I don't know how concerned I should be that dying was on your bucket list, but
Well, I mean, it's
Anyway.
got to be the capstone to everything, doesn't it?
after I get those graves done, I'll get some rest.
Whenever you do, wake me up.
A few
Oh.
days should be good enough. I don't know. Then I'll get Sin back, and I don't know. Maybe by then the army will be here. Then
I
what?
presume they'll be
A
here
couple
in
more days, and then
3-4
Well,
days at most.
and then what after? War's over. Owen's got to participate in peace talks. I'll be heading off to find my family. You got a girl waiting for you.
I do, but I do want to see this through.
There's a lot of work to be done. But even beyond that, I got a fucking binding. We have a binding. We weren't total fuck ups. We actually got one. It's in our hands. We're going to figure out what to do with it. And
That
we
is
don't
the
have a summit to
question.
trust anymore. I don't think we'll be able to trust anyone with that type of thing ever again.
I don't think we can trust Garland with it either, to be completely honest.
Who do we trust? Ourselves? Is that
None
all
of
we
us.
have?
I don't. I mean, I cannot speak for everyone, but I assume none of us want to keep it.
Choice do we have?
We could choose to trust somebody. It would be foolish, but we have the option.
It'd be irresponsible. What it'd be. We need to figure out what to do with it. Whether that means getting Simon back, and having him work to make us one of those vaults like the Scions had, or getting Sophia to help.
I feel like we need to figure out what it does.
House is a fucking evil vampire. What else would it do?
Well, every other one had dual purposes. So I presume that there is a second purpose to this one as well.
Didn't Lenore set off multiple of them just trying to figure out what they did? Can we risk that?
I don't think we... I think they set them off either because they knew that it would cause great destruction, or because they had given up on trying to figure out what it would do.
I don't know. What happened in Dunwich doesn't strike me as purposeful, but maybe I'm wrong.
Who knows with the Red Band? It could have been.
Either way. The less we interact with them, the better as far as I'm concerned. Still think that after all this is done, it's our responsibilities to figure out how to house.
You might cut out there had a house.
I think after all of this, it's our responsibility to figure out how to house it. And to keep it safe.
I suppose
Whether or
it
not we have
is.
the resources to even do that is another question. Simon had all our money. Gems.
I suppose he did. Well,
Were you
that's a
there
bit
when
of
I
an
said
issue.
it? He was captured.
Yes, I was. I'm going to be making it a priority of mine to try and get him back.
I don't exactly know much about politics, but pretty sure isn't it common to make demands of an enemy who's lost a war? Maybe Owen will be able to get Simon back. Hell, maybe you can get Jakeman back. Who knows?
I'm not familiar with post-war negotiations, but I do know that whether it is through negotiation or me kicking everyone in Verona's ass, but we will be getting Simon back.
Well, one way or the other. There's still a lot of work ahead.
That there is.
At least there's finish line. Something like that. Maybe I'll get some rest after that.
As you should. You should try to get some tonight. You look like shit.
Feel like it. Still more stuff to do. I'll get this done, dig those graves, sleep. After that's done, I'll tend to sit. After that, yeah, I don't know. We'll see where things are. Sword kill anyone else?
The sword has not moved.
Well, is it safe to assume that it won't be doing any more of that? That shit was like a beacon of magic.
Was it?
Lit like a damn forest fire.
Was it similar to how bindings? I'm unfamiliar of how magic.
Kinda, not really.
looks. Less than a binding.
Think a stupid pan you have, or those books that summon cats. The cat's over here, and Walker gestures to the left. The binding's over here. Walker gestures to the right. That sword, it's like.
Evian holds up
somewhere
a
in here.
finger, like as in for you to wait. Ven, what direction is this coming from?
The west.
Is that is not the direction I came from, right?
No,
Or
you
yes,
came
it
from the
is.
east.
Evian's going to point out to Walker a lantern coming towards us. Can I make out any other details?
It is
Who's
probably on
holding it?
horseback.
Probably on horseback. Interesting.
I would
Okay.
say it is definitely on something with how fast it's moving.
Okay. Yeah, you. Evian just points at the lantern. Looks like on horseback.
Let's check it out. Walker's gonna move up to the road, grab like a stick from the fire as like a makeshift torch.
Evian lights his torch in the fire.
I guess Walker's gonna yell, halt! Identify yourself. Who are you?
It's still closing in. Not that close
well,
yet. No,
I
it was
guess
like
Walker
it was like
waits.
very far away, moving in your
Walker will wait till a suitable distance and then yell out, halt! Who are you? Identify yourself.
No. How far then?
You
For
can't
the second
tell.
one?
Can't tell.
Evian's going to say very quietly to Walker, there's something in the bushes to the north. Evian's gonna shake Rom awake.
Rob once eventually wakes up to Evian!
Jesus.
Rom was just like passed out on the fucking dirt and gets shaken awake by Evian. Just like,
I think
whoa,
at this point.
Good
what
morning.
did
Sorry, go ahead.
Don't worry about
Evian.
it. Here, hold on. There's a horse coming our way, and there's someone in the bushes. Hold this torch for a second.
Walker's gonna.
I guess.
Walker's gonna throw his fucking torch on the road and get ready for a fight with the thing over there, with the thing in the bushes. Just kind of wait to see what happens, if the guy responds or what else happens.
Evian's keeping his attention focused on where that noise came from.
Keeping your attention focused. You 1 second. All right. You keep your attention to the north, and as the horse starts to slow down, you can see they are wearing very dark clothing, as if to be stealthy at night.
I'm carrying a torch. Ugh.
On the horse?
Yeah, it's on the horse, like buckled to the saddle.
Does he
You lose
react
sight
at
of
all?
it, like because like it's on the right side, and as they're kind of approaching you from where you're to the north, you lose sight of that, and you just get kind of their silhouette. You can see a long spear being held, and immediately, like as they slow down, getting a few feet away from the torch, they brandish the spear, pointing at you. Identify yourselves now.
I'm gonna grab like a nice-sized rock off the ground just in case.
I think I asked first. Moses Walker, retainer of Owen McDurk.
At this, like, the spear is pulled up. Cara
Not
Fleming
being.
of the Ryderns.
What? Wait, what? Repeat that then.
Cara Fleming of the Ryderns.
Fleming!
Rydern?
Cara Fleming.
You alone?
Yeah. Good question. That's what I was gonna say.
At this point, she like unbuckles the lantern from her saddle and holds it up. They're safe. You can come out. And you begin to hear these Garsh eyes from behind you to the north. And
Okay,
you
so in the
see
bushes.
about a dozen men moving in from the darkness.
Oh, well, good thing they're with you because one of them was about to get brained by this rock, but... the
So
other
you're
11
with,
probably would have been okay.
Walker
You're
would
with-
kind of put his crossbow in its sheath at this point, or back on his belt.
Forward scouts with the army. They're expected in Verrat by sundown tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Quick response.
That is soon.
Being led by the elder McDurk, he has demanded we do a full march until he is sitting very comfortably in the Shathmore Keep once more. And the Red Band are sitting very comfortably on the ends of spears. We already have sent multiple platoons to take Fort Getz so that they will have no place to retreat to.
Right.
You bring news. And she kind of pauses. We were under information that you had taken the city?
Taking the keep.
The keep.
The
The city is
no longer under
And why are you here?
mind control.
personal reasons, to be honest, but if you want information, the situation in the city is complicated, but not dire by any means. Seems like most of the members of the Red Band have either fucked off or thrown away their identification. Might be trying to pass themselves off as normal citizens.
They're not
The whole
going to
thing
do
was
so if we start asking them questions.
Mark just kind of weaves off the interruption. It was all a huge mess when we got there. The monster, the vampire, had control over everyone. They were all mindless fanatics. But that all changed once we got rid of it.
As you
However,
talk at this point, she gets off the horse, attaching the spear upright to the side of the saddle, and double-checking a large crossbow that is also attached to the saddle, before circling around the horse, giving it a couple pets on the head, motioning for you to continue.
But it doesn't mean that there wasn't permanent damage. Many of the city's civilians and even members of the Red Band were turned into monsters. Vampires, lesser vampires. Most of them scattered once the fiend was dead, but, well, I'm
Not
feeling
all
they're
of
going to be a
them.
more long-term issue.
Well.
Though still they have organized makeshift guards to keep the monsters at bay if they do try to come back at night.
Just gives a bit of a nod. Well, good to know that things are amicable. We were intent on
Could be
reaching the
worse.
city tonight, but if things are that good... Can I offer you more comfortable lodgings for the evening? Mr. I apologize.
It's Moses Walker.
Mr. Walker.
He'll glance at Evian, see if he wants to introduce himself.
Evian.
Mr. Evian. And Mrs.
Miss Ramona Samsa.
Miss Samsa. Well, if you would like more comfortable accommodations for the night, we could set down early. Make an early start. Return to Verrat. But we do have prisoners. Hope that's
You caught a few on your way, huh?
Deserters. Red Band. Don't know, that's not for us to judge.
Well, if not in a rush anymore, then fine by us, I'd say.
We'll get the rest of the troop. She calls over your shoulder to a couple of the men. Tell them we're setting up. They just give up.
How many of you are there?
24 in total. Was expected to get some red band resistance from people trying to escape, but never thought I would find those who hunt soul striders out here in the night.
Yeah.
Is it true?
Is what true?
You threw one off a cliff.
He threw one off a cliff. Well, I'll say elbowing Evian.
Yeah,
That was
was all
fun.
this guy over here.
I would
Rum
do
like
it again
that.
if I could.
Heard it was
Rum
the
does the
McDurk
Will
boy.
Smith pose.
Then what was that?
Heard it was the McDurk boy, but this certainly makes a lot more sense for the story. As she looks up and down at Evian.
His associates, anyway.
Well, hard to separate the fact from the fiction. Everything seems to be attributed to him. Guy rolls her eyes a bit.
At, Evian?
Yeah, it
The
doesn't
one,
hurt.
The one in the keep, what's that put us at? 4?
But I think that 4 is correct, but does Corvair count as 1?
No, he wasn't a soul strider. We've killed plenty of monsters. He was just
Yeah, but he was like a really... He was
just
like
another monster.
Just another monster. Alright.
So that's 1 in Ashduin, 2 at Boralis, and 1 here in Verrat.
That's a pretty good tally.
I'd say so.
Soul's Bane indeed.
Art chuckles at the nickname catching on.
While we wait for the camp to be set up, if you'd like to debrief us on anything else we might need to know about Kaburg. And she gives a bit of a hardened smile and begins to relax. If you're interested, well, my men have brought some whiskey. It's no ale, but it'll help you sleep.
I'll pass on that for now, but I appreciate the offer.
She looks a little confused and then looks to Evian and Rom.
You can see Evian's fighting with himself internally on this.
I mean, I'll take it.
I would
I'm sure
normally...
I'd be able to sleep without it, but kind of shrug.
I would normally partake, but need a clear head for tomorrow.
Not intended to get shit-faced, just enough to help you sleep.
Yeah.
Either way.
Moderation is not my strong suit.
Either way, the most important thing to focus on is the civilians, or the civilians mixed with the Red Band. Some of them died during the exodus of the monsters. There was triad stations set up throughout the city. Wasn't that many that died, but those that didn't weren't hurt too bad. I don't think anyone's... there's no rush to get the medical systems, as far as I could tell.
Either way, we do have some medical knowledge amongst us. We can at least help. Some supplies.
Best to be safe. Agreed.
More help is never unwelcome.
Mm-hmm.
She turns towards a couple of people arriving. We're going to go 20 feet up on the ridge up that way. You're going to get the, and she begins motioning, and then we're going to want that facing towards the southwest if we're going to be able to block it off. And you see as they begin producing camouflage and a full-on tent that is going to be set up.
Very fun. I guess the most relevant bit of information is the monsters. How much do you know about them?
They are strange and bloodthirsty. Not much more.
That's right. Some of them are smart enough to hold victims, keep them alive by feeding them, so they can make more blood.
Well,
in the dungeons, we found some examples. The people who could be saved are being treated, but, well, it's going to be a struggle for them to pull through.
and we were advised silver. Is that still accurate?
Silver daylight.
works.
Yeah.
Stakes
But
through the
unfortunately, I don't carry daylight around in my backpack.
Funny enough, some people do.
She has a puzzled look for a very brief moment.
Evian chuckles at that.
We know a few mages.
But Silver
That's the
and
main thing, yeah.
motions towards the spear and a rack of crossbow bolts attached to the side of the saddle. Got Silver
suppose you have any-
droves.
I suppose you have any extra of those bolts, do you?
She turns back and opens the rack and counts out 10 for you. These are full-sized heavy crossbow bolts, not...
So for the heavy crossbow.
Yeah.
Hey, that's still handy. Let me mark that down. Aqua will take them, put them in his pack, and nod appreciatively.
Yes, silver bolts are silver bolts.
What?
I said silver bolts are silver bolts. We'll take
They
them.
are.
Don't know if it's going to help, but... And at this point, motioning towards her pauldrons, we've also had much of our armor reinforced around the edges here, and she kind of motions silver around those. We have silver belts, and she motions the buckle over here on this little metal piece here. There's a layer of silver we've been told to reinforce for it.
Prudent.
Between the House of Light's talent and the smiths that have dedicated their time and the amount of silver coinage we have acquired, we are intent on winning this.
The only other thing to mention, there were a few werewolves as well that we encountered on our way. Familiar?
Heard of them. I think where
most
they
of them
turn where humans turn into monsters. Suppose
That's right.
dwarves can too.
Silver for them.
They
Like
did also
silver for
mention.
everything.
They did mention that there were several more of them.
Yeah.
Potentially nearing the 50s, if I remember correctly.
Something to keep in mind. I have a feeling that there's going to be a pest problem in the next few years. Around here, at least.
Well, hopefully they get chased south and we can deal with them.
Hmm.
She gives a half smile as you see now with the rest of the supplies being brought. There are multiple people who are literally carrying, like, most of a tent on their back. They get these large weaved dark green and black covers that they start to run over and just toss on top of the tent. The tent's wooden poles go up and they begin to produce these collapsible cots. Some nice heavy woolen blankets, pillows.
Imagine you're the blanket guy in the forward party.
Oh.
It's good.
Listen, he's probably the most painful one to lose.
Honestly.
Imagine you're sleeping and the blanket guy's not there.
Which way do you ride from?
Darrow. That's where we set up
Darrow.
after taking it.
You mind if I have a look at your prisoners?
By all means. She motions and there's another horse coming up the way and you can hear shackles as well.
Once they're, I guess, settled, Walker will go peruse.
You see the first one, a tall orc in what seems to be red band-esque armor.
Mm.
You know,
Orcs are-
dinged, definitely not garish. Looks like
Orcs
it's seen
are pretty
battle.
uncommon around here, right?
Orcs are pretty rare, like rarer than dwarves, not as rare as elves. Pretty rare though. You haven't
Right.
seen many in Verrat, maybe a couple. Sticks out a bit, fairly built. And behind him, you see a shackled Darren Massey.
Walker
Oh, that's funny.
just fucking,
Something wrong?
he tries to look angry. Really does. Fucking closes his eyes and shakes his head. Did someone else start saying something?
Something wrong?
It's an old buddy of mine. This one here.
apologies, assumed Red Band, the Norian out here. Didn't realize he was with the McDurk crew, refused to really speak. Just kept saying the person he was hunting was heading towards Darrow.
Do you mind if I have a moment?
She just kind of motions and then hands you the key.
Walker will pocket it. Is he awake? What's
I mean, they're being walked. Like, they're chained to the side of a horse, and they're walking beside it.
Noticed Walker?
I mean, he's still just staring down with his arms shackled together.
Walker's gonna put a hand on his shoulder. Does he look up?
He does, and just like, why are you here? What? I gotta go. Get behind.
I'm not losing two
She's in
fucking
Darrow.
friends.
She's in Darrow, Walker. I saw her.
What?
She's trying to get out. Saw her going that way.
Aaron, you have to listen to me. Fucking gone. She was in the dungeon. Found her.
No, she couldn't have been. Corvair said she was fine.
That fucking monster's a liar, and he's dead now.
Yeah, he is, but she's not. You're confused. Walker, come on. You haven't slept, probably. You get a good night's sleep, you'll see. Just, come on, get me out of here. I can get to Darrow. I'll avoid the army and all that. I'm sure she will, too. Come on, I'm on her trail. You know she can't hide it. It's good, but not that good.
Massey, you need to listen to me. If you don't start, I'm gonna have to let them walk you there. Because only then are you gonna see the truth.
You don't really believe that, right? Like, she's fine. I was chasing her through a damn city, trying to find her.
I know what I've seen.
She got a splint on her leg at that center and started to head out. Was trying to avoid all of this.
Walker takes his hand back and clenches his fists. It got worse than that, Massey. So much fucking worse. If I let you go here, it'll be your last. I'll dig both her and your graves at Verrat. That'll be it.
You really think she's gone?
There's no thinking anymore.
How? She was fine. I was following orders. I was doing what I needed to do. I was helping.
They are monsters. Those vampires. A lot of.
Why? Why? Why?
They don't make sense. They're just fucking monsters.
Why not just...
Walker swallows hard. It's a lot more than just her suffered there.
She was fine. I left to get help, to figure it out, and she was fine. Told me to go. Told me I'll be fine. She was fine. She had bad leg, real bad leg, but she wasn't gonna stop fighting. Couldn't happen.
It's enough, Darren. It's enough. It's not. You're not helping yourself. You're not helping anyone. Still work to do.
He pauses a
And
moment.
you can
swallows.
stick with me tonight. Follow me back to Verrat and help me dig that grave. And help put her to rest. Or you can keep living in this delusion until you're gone too.
What about What about our brothers? What about
That
the
gets
rest
to
of our
Walker.
family?
He is
What are we supposed to tell them?
he's tearing up.
They have their own damn patch of a cemetery. How are they supposed to say goodbye, Walker? How does that work?
He just puts his hand to his
Every
face.
damn Fitzroy. Ever. Since there's been a damn Fitzroy. Said their goodbyes back there. Back in Dreswood. It can't be like this, Walker. It can't. Don't make no sense.
Sad, but it's a nice enough place. A friend of mine's home. It'll be cared for, looked after.
That's great for you, but what about everyone back home? You forget about them.
No. I'll do what has to be done. I'll let him know. Before all is said and done, I'm heading back there. There's still a lot more to do. I'll let him know. You can come with me and help then too if you want.
We were supposed to have a life. We... Coin was drying up. We wanted to go somewhere where we could get real jobs. Ones where we weren't gonna die. Ones where things would be good. We didn't want to worry about nothing and... I mean, what, 4, 5, 10 kids? 100 grandkids all trying to run the meadery? That'd never work. Never work. We had to make a choice. We wanted just to fix things in Verrat.
Walker doesn't know what to say. He
It's my fault she's dead.
takes the key.
It's my fucking fault, Walker.
It's that monster.
No. It's my fault that we're here, that we're in the fucking red band in the first place. That was me. This is all my fault. If I didn't convince her that there was more to this than the... Fuck! We could have just lived in the damn meadery. Worked at your damn mill.
Life isn't so simple.
Fuck.
We're here now. Don't let her loss be in vain.
It already is. What the fuck did she die for? Moses, Walker, tell me that!
Now, there's no longer that monster in this world.
Yeah.
No one else has to suffer through it.
Don't. It can't. It can't end like this. Walker. Me and Aubrey. Can't end like this. How can it just be so...
Walker unlocks the buffs.
Fuck. He just falls to his knees after a moment and looks down at the ground. I don't know. What the fuck? What the Fuck. Fuck.
There's still monsters out there, Massey. Darren, there's still monsters out there. Still vampires that
Yeah,
scatter.
the last time I tried to stop one, it got her killed.
Well.
Fuck.
More work to be done. If it's not done, more people are going to be killed by them. If
Just
you want to
bury your misery in your work.
If you want to make sure no one else gets killed, you can help there. But it's up to you what you do next, Aaron. Can't give you. I'm sorry. Sorry I couldn't do more.
Fuck. And he just looks up at the night sky. A momentary pang of guilt. There are no tears. It's just this quiet rage more than anything. His eyes a bit bloodshot. And as you just watch him try and accept this, as you guys wait here on the edge of a road outside of a conquered city, where your friends await your safe return, having vanquished this evil, having said goodbye to so much, and hoping that this is the turning point, that there is no more war, that it's over. As you accept that there's no going back to the before. And you say those final goodbyes to so many of the dead. Whether all the way out here or inside of the Shathmore Keep. We will go ahead and end tonight's session.
Well, that was that.
Fuck.
We got him.
Feels
Bagged
bad.
and tagged.
Fuck.
At what cost?
Were you gonna forget, William?
Shut up.
Fuck.
I had to tell him.
Shut up. Shut up. Don't say that.
Fuck. That's D&D. Fuck.